Ready.
Very good afternoon and welcome to the 15th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. Just like to read you some notes from a press release that has come out a little earlier. Knysna Speed Festival, the organizers of the Simola Hillclimb, have confirmed seasoned competitor Peter Hubert sadly passed away in an accident today. Based on the wishes of the Hubert family and Peter's son, we will continue with the event once the local authorities have cleared the scene and given us the go-ahead to proceed, which has now happened. We are exceptionally saddened by this tragic event and reassure everyone that the Simola Hillclimb takes the safety of competitors and spectators extremely seriously, and all necessary precautions are in place throughout the event. However, motor racing remains dangerous and accidents do happen. Our sincere thoughts and condolences are with the Hubert family, their team, their friends during this very difficult time. Getting
I ask you to observe a minute's silence in honor of Mr. Jabir here at Simola Hillclimb.
There we go, a minute's silence in memory of Peter Hubert. Joined in the studio, Colin Hasty, Clifford Ogle. It's been a difficult couple of hours, Colin, but the wishes of the Hubert family, and of course also his son, is that the event continues, and the majority of the competitors have respected those wishes, and we are still going racing.
Yeah, Sasha, it really is sad to be here at this time. However, racing continues. We understand, and I've had a lot of discussion up and down the pit lane. Racing is dangerous, and out of respect for Peter's, to celebrate his life, and out of respect, we go racing.
That's Daniel Royal for Line. First warm-up or practice session is now underway. There's obviously a change in the schedule, and we'll touch on that in a few seconds after the line.
Yeah, just to let you know the events that are going to happen. We've got a warm-up session now. We will have qualifying 5 at 20 to 2. At 20 past 2, we will have a Formula 1 demonstration. Then we will have qualifying 6 at 20 to 3. And then we will start with all of the finals from 20 past 3. Also joining us from Hillclimb Monsters is Rodrigo de Oliveira. Rodrigo, you have followed the Huberts for many, many years. It's a very, very sad day.
Indeed it is. It's a tragic situation, one none of us wants to go through or see happening, but we have to honor their memory and most of all their wishes, and the racing spirit perseveres, and although racing is dangerous, the day goes on and we'll make the most of it, and we'll try to honor the Joubert family and all their efforts.
There we go. We'll keep updating you with what's going on. It is a free practice session, a warm-up session, and that is... look at that for a display. His time's not going to count, but it's worth it.
It probably wasn't going to be his fastest lap, but that was fantastic to watch.
Well, I did enjoy talking to him in the pits a little bit earlier, and he said that he was going to entertain us.
Yeah.
I think there's more entertainment coming.
Definitely. Johan Christoffersen actually did a 40.255, but we know that's not going to count. He was in the studio with us, and he actually said he's going to do one of the runs just to entertain everybody, and I think that's just a fitting tribute to, lift everybody's spirits.
What I'm looking for, the bit of competition, Jonathan Machotsi and Daniel Rowe are having a huge amount of competition there. Jonathan sitting on a 43.8 and Daniel on a 45.4. But I think there's a little bit more tuning in Daniel. This is a warm-up.
Yeah.
So the idea is to, warm the drivers' heads up and warm the cars up, and for them to get an idea of the conditions.
Yeah. Diane Padayachi out on track. And the next one, of course, Sean McKay. We are relying on transponders at this stage to find out who is going where. There is our wonderful drone that is flying up with the cars as well. And hopefully we'll get our speed gun to see what kind of speeds the cars are doing. Talking a little earlier, Clifford, to Johan Christoffersen, he was basically sitting and saying the objective is to break 40.
Yeah.
He did it on the previous run, but hit the pool noodles. For those who don't know, all of those little blue stand-up barriers, well, barriers is a loose term, but as they go past them, they're actually made out of pool noodle material.
There's a piece of steel rod down the middle of it.
Yeah, so you've got to be a little bit careful about it.
And then the rule is if you touch it,
Yeah.
you DQ'd.
Yeah, it's fine margins because you're going to lose your whole run from a few millimeters. But rules are rules, same for everyone. But you've got to make sure that you keep it tidy on the 1.9 kilometer track up the mountain.
Yeah, incredibly steep circuit as well at Simola, 1.9 kilometers. Very good track temperature right now. Even though it's a warm-up, we could see some very, very impressive times as we go further on into the session with some of the big guns coming out.
Talk of different times this morning. I think the consensus is to get into the modified saloon car shootout, you've got to qualify under 40 seconds. I love the sound of that Audi.
Beautiful V10. The last of a spec. There's rumour that there's going to be a new Audi R8, which could come in 2026. So this car's been around for a long, long time and has achieved so much. So magic to see it going up the Simola Hill.
So we've got our speed gun back, 192 k's an hour. That's pretty quick up that part of. There's an average incline of 8%. That's the steepest part coming up to the bridge, and the cameras seem to, I think the term is flatten the hill.
Yeah, it's very, very steep. This is where you need the horsepowers.
Yeah.
Horsepower or momentum. Yeah, I mean, depending on what you drive.
Horsepower gives you momentum.
But before you get steep, are you going to start with me already?
Yeah.
Just checking.
Yeah, of course it is. Momentum is speed and velocity.
For sure.
Velocity
but
and
I mean,
weight.
when I'm talking momentum, I'm talking like on your single seaters that obviously carrying the corner speed, and you can't rely on the horsepower to get you up the hill. So you've got to put a run together based on the strengths of your vehicle.
I mean, just listen to the sound of that V10, just magnificent. Shiraz Bawa in that V10. We've got a whole gaggle of Ford Mustangs coming through as well. Paul Malachi is on track, and Ridwan Babamia posted a 108, so that's pretty slow at the moment. But Paul Malachi on track at the moment. Shiraz Bawa coming up into the final sector, goes into those little S's, and then of course into the left-hander, and then across up to the finish line. It's like a double S towards the end. Christoffersen just goes through it everything opposite lock.
Yeah.
This is also a new experience for me because I'm used to I don't know, 50 odd meters of pit lane walking up and down there, and now I get to see.
Oh, you can actually see what actually happens,
There are
Colin.
curves. I'm loving it.
Yeah. Paige Lindenberg out on track. Joshua O'Callaghan also out on circuit right now.
I think everyone's just feeling out the conditions right now and just getting their minds up to speed. But yeah, coming back to your S's and that, if you charge the first one or get it wrong, it just leaves you with so much more work to do on the second one, which affects your lap time. So you've got to have a bit of patience and trust your eyes just to set it up, because if you're trying to be too fast too quickly, it's definitely going to hurt your time up the hill.
Are there a herd of Mustangs?
Well, we have been debating it.
I'm going to go with Fleet. Makes more sense.
Or Gallop?
The magnificent McLaren 720S, Garth McIntosh, also a daily driver. It's spectacular, Colin. I mean, you see these cars very, very close up. We watch them here on the screen, and you see them at full pace. Super impressive. I mean, 205 through the speed gun.
I love that car. And it's got a cool color as well. I'm missing my pretty wheels competition. I still think Clint Weston's Merc has got the prettiest
Absolutely,
wheels.
yeah. That's a win for me all day. I mean, they're 21 inch already, just based on size, because for me size does matter. But 21 inches on a Mercedes, there's a clip there. He did clip on his first run this morning as well. Also, similar area on the way in, on the entry, just clipping the pool noodle. So 2 times now scrapped on the run.
So, speaking of the prettiest wheels, this Mercedes at the bottom gets your not so pretty.
No, they're
wheels.
fugly.
There we go. Natalie Weston driving that beast. I mean, that must be pretty difficult to control going up the hill.
It's got a lot of driver aids on it as well, and part of getting the biggest speed out of these things is to find the balance of which aid to turn on and off, and the deployment of the battery power, electric power. It's quite a complex setup that they've got, and I know Clint was battling it with it on that AMG GTX.
Yeah, he should be coming out very shortly. Eugene Herbert out on track, the man from Master Drive. There's our stunning drone shots. There is Clint
There
Weston.
he is, yeah.
The flashing lights indicate that he's got driver aids on.
Yeah.
Either that or he's pushed
Or he just pushed the button by mistake. Clint's not the kind of guy that would. He's even
He's
indicating.
turning right now, so yeah. Look, this is always a highlight on any run, is what Clint's going to bring in. He's using more of the track there already.
And they're also driving. Maybe it's a tribute. Let's see what Clint Weston can do. He's chasing a very.
Oh, look at
wow. Beautiful. 43.2. He's only 7/10. He's chasing a 42.5. That is the record set last year by JP van der Walt in his Porsche 911 Turbo S. But he's not here this year. He's getting closer and closer, Clifford. He's got 2 quali runs to do it, and then, of course, also the final.
I think he's got it in him. I think he's slowly chipping away and he's having a bit of fun. But I think when it comes down and it's time to measure for trophies and for leaderboards, I think he's going to put the hammer down and do it.
Did Ashley get his power upgrade from Temu last night?
Yes, no. It did arrive from Temu. It's just made it slower. No, unfortunately, we got a little bit of an explanation earlier this morning. The full 375 kilowatts in this MG only lasts for 20 seconds.
Half a lap.
Yeah, and then...
That's short. Huh?
Yes, and then it just disappears. So I'm sure it's something that the engineers in China will fix up. Great to see Gary Davies, going up the hill. Of course, his is a very modified Porsche, so he can use the hand controls, but it does have the foot pedals as well.
Yeah, it's. He showed me yesterday. It's got a lever on the right-hand side that you pull to go fast and push to go slow. And as you pull the lever one way or another, The pedals, it's connected mechanically to the pedals, so he says it so that his wife can go and go shopping in it as well.
Amazing.
And his comment yesterday was, just because you're disabled doesn't mean that your life is over. It means it becomes a lot different, and he's adapted, and what a great guy.
Yeah, tremendous inspiration is Guy Davies, one of the Supras out on track. It is a warm-up session, and then we will have two qualifying sessions split by the lunch break, and then of course we go into all of the finals. Pit Potgieter at the bottom of the track in the Alfa Romeo Quadrifoglio. Formaggio.
Yeah. So this is Class A3, and this afternoon we're going to have the class finals. Top 3 in each of the classes go through to the class finals, and then in the standard road cars and stuff.
Can you have a fine there?
That's Leighton Fourie.
Yeah, Leighton Fourie.
Yeah. And then Verolini comes up next in the M4. Anyway, you've got the... I love how sideways it goes. This is actually fun being here. You guys are lucky.
We are. We're incredibly lucky.
And then the top 10 qualifiers in single-seaters and sports cars. Then they go through to the King of the Hill. And that's in standard road cars and single-seaters. And then, of course, the big guns, the modified ones.
Yeah, they're all going to be coming. So just got a note, the AMG and BMWs will be used this warm-up session as a lap of honor for Peter, and that's why they have their hazards on. So a great mark of respect. An Opel Corsa. We have 8 OEMs at the 15th running of Simola this year, which is really, really also very encouraging, Clifford, to have the OEMs representing in a big way at Simola, and long may it continue, and let's hope more and more come as well.
Yeah, good to see the OEMs getting behind motorsport and showing the passion and excitement and getting to experience exactly what motorsport brings to every individual from all different walks and facets of life. So it's just good to see that there's a bit of support coming back, and it shows that things are potentially on the up and up in South Africa, and that's looking a little bit untidy in an Opel Corsa.
Right, definitely pushing it. Ernest Page, you had a chat with him earlier, Colin. I mean, that was excitement personified.
5.7 litres per 100 kilometres he's got in racing.
Oh, using all of the hill there.
And I mean, that's a little 1200.
Yeah, but you know, with modern technology and engines, size, Clifford, I know it always counts. But sometimes you can get magic performance from little things.
Sure, I mean I've been saying that for a long time, but yeah, you've just got to be brave. You know, you can't rely on horsepower. So certain areas where you could get on the brakes a bit earlier. This is all about carrying momentum and thinking 3 corners ahead. Because if you brake too early or you unnecessarily comfort brake, it's going to cost you seconds when you get to the top.
What is this comfort brake you speak of?
I know a lot about this. Because I use it a lot, and my excuse is that you load the suspension for better front end grip in the corner, but that's page 36 of my excuse book.
Call it reasons.
Sure.
Reasons.
And I believe that Swift Sport has been named Sunshine. You also got close and personal.
Jeanette Cockritzing in it. Sunshine. You are my little ray of sunshine.
Please don't go into sing. Sing. I love that great drone shot. That car is just so much fun to drive. I must say. I've driven a Swift Sport. They're amazing. Oh, this is a car we only saw once yesterday.
Yeah.
Great to see it out there again. The Alfa Romeo 4C, becoming quite a collector's car. So magic to see it out here as well. André Steenkamp, and this is also one of his daily drivers. He has this in a RAV4. So he drives this, comes here. You know, isn't that just so cool? Come here, go up the hill a few times, just maybe put in a splash of fuel and drive home.
I mean, if you have that, why do you need a RAV4? Asking for a friend.
Suzuki Jimny. Initially we thought this was a turbo version, but it is just a stock standard Suzuki Jimny, and it's incredible how well, relative to most things, how it handles.
I know Colin's been raving about this vehicle the whole weekend. Colin, thoughts?
I do not have sufficient information to add to this discussion. No, it's a cute car, and they can go off-road. I think they should make a 4x4 course alongside the road. There's your Quattro Formaggio.
Yes, Janse van Rensburg in the Alfa Romeo Stelvio Quadrifoglio Formaggio. He's been putting some impressive times. He's hoping to try and break the 50-second barrier before the weekend is out.
That thing's got a bit of grunt as well.
Well, it's 504 horsepower. I mean,
and they're proper Italian horsepowers with midget legs.
They're proper. So many people say, well, it comes from a 488 and they just lobbed off 2 cylinders. Alfa Romeo will say, no way. But the displacement is exactly the same as the 488.
Oh, it's coincidence.
I mean, it's just coincidence. Listen, it's a beautiful car. Okay, so Janus 50.6 Porsche, bottom of the screen. Yash Rampasad.
What's interesting in the we'll call it the battle of the alphas for lack of a better term, but the 4C went just about half a second faster than the Stelvio, which is quite incredible that you've got 2 completely different cars, power delivery systems as well as weight, and half a second is what separates them on the hill.
Let's listen! I tell you, I don't know what it sounds like on your speakers, however you are watching this live stream, but here down at Simola, we are in our commentary booth. You can basically, the whole studio vibrates when this Subaru goes. Rodrigo, let's bring you in. Some of the big guns coming out here. We've got Anton Cornier in the Subaru. This has been stalwart of Simola over the years.
Yes, we have seen different versions of the Subaru, and they are increasingly fast every year. Last year he had not that good of a year because he retired pretty early, but he's taking a sweet revenge this time, and he's getting faster and faster, and fighting for a top 10 spot for the shootout later today.
Yeah, and also we spoke a little earlier to him as well. He said he had 1 or 2 issues, Colin, but it seems as though he's fixed those up.
Yeah, this morning he seems pretty happy, and he wants to try and get into the low 41s. I'm not sure whether that's going to be enough to get into the top 10 shootout, but he gives it full beans. It's great value.
I mean, it's quite incredible to sit there and go 41 probably won't get you into the top 10.
Yeah.
Year by year, it just gets quicker and quicker.
He's just done a 43.03.
In this warm-up session, Rodrigo, do you think some of the guys, I suppose they'll be quite relieved that they've still got 2 qualifying sessions to come, as opposed to a complete change in the program where we go straight into class finals?
Everybody will be re-evaluating track conditions too, because a lot of time has passed since they last went up, and tarmac has warmed up, and they have to take into account how dirty the track still is, and how clean it is becoming as more cars pass by. But we are already seeing the cars getting faster and faster from this point onwards.
Yeah, that's Martin van Zoomeren, and there was a lot of smoke. I don't know if it was tyre smoke.
Look at the bottom.
No, it's oil smoke. It's started yesterday. There you go. Boom.
Oh, that's gone.
That's
it started yesterday, and it's been getting steadily worse and worse. And as he comes off the throttle, you've got that huge puff of smoke.
What would Farouk Dango be thinking now as you're coming up the hill and you see that smoke? It's time to back off,
Yeah,
because
he's
you
backed
don't know
off.
what's been on the track. So, yeah, interesting now what the marshals that will do on the track, because visibility from what we can see on the screen is not great. But is there liquid that's been dropped on the surface?
It's definitely not the kind of liquid that you want. So Farouk will
Probably get another run.
rerun, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm sure the marshals will go and check out to see if there is any liquid on the track. Got a little bit of a hold up at the moment. Farouk just having a very
Timing is
casual
telling me
drive.
it's still green.
Yeah, it says it's still green, but we can see at the start line there.
Yeah, there's
that,
a red light.
Yeah, that they are saying no go at the moment. Just to go through that schedule, if you're just joining us for the first time, as to what is going to happen, we're in this as a warm-up session. Then we will have qualifying 5. We'll have the Formula 1 demonstration, and then qualifying 6. That should be round about 20 to 3. Class final at 20 past 3, and then we will have road and supercar shootout at 4 o'clock. The modified saloon car shootout 4:15. 4:30 will be the single-seater and sports car shootout. During the course of the weekend, Robert Wolk, unfortunately, in his brand new Gould, had a mechanical issue, so won't be partaking. And we don't have Andre Bezuidenhout either this year. His car is not ready. It does, Colin, in a way, spice things up when it comes to the sports car shootout, because we more than likely are going to have one of the modifieds that is going to be the king of the hill this year.
Well, there's two different shootouts. You've got the modified saloons. They will be the quickest of the cars. Yeah. And then you've got sports and single seaters, and we don't have Rui Campos here either. I would have put, if I was a betting guy, I would have bet on that. So we've got to look at some of the others, and it's Rick Morris is in the EcoBoost, but probably Alan Mayer's in the Formula VW as well. But I would probably think that Brian Mitchell would win that.
Yeah, Brian Mitchell. Yeah.
But the cool thing is that it's motor racing, so we don't know, and that's why we have it.
Yeah, we can see a haze of smoke up the top at the Simola entrance to the Simola Estate and Golf Course. And that was from Van Zumeren's car. They are just checking the track. You can see a marshal walking down towards the bottom of your screen. And of course, as soon as they give us the all clear, then we'll continue with the warm-up session. Johan Christoffersen did a 40.2 this morning. He actually broke the 40-second barrier, but still hasn't managed to get an official time.
Yeah, but he's
having fun.
He's got points in my book for spectacularness.
Yeah, well, that's like an 11 out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care what happens. I just want to be entertained, and I mean, he brings it in abundance.
Yeah.
Rodrigo, just watching Johan Christoffersen. I mean, he is rather spectacular, isn't he?
Always has been. I think the first time I saw him race was almost 11 or 12 years ago, and he has never been anything short of spectacular. And of course, he brought that to Simola and then some. And now, today, given that he has a pretty competitive qualifying time already, I am sure that he wants to deliver some extra spectacle for the audience. He certainly is delivering, and I am sure that when the time comes for him to be serious and nailing down a proper fast lap, he will deliver once again, and you can count him in for the top 10 shootout.
Oh yeah, I've no doubt. I've no doubt we're going to see Christoffersen. Also, just chatting to him earlier, just how different it is from the electric car to the internal combustion, of how it's all just visual.
Yeah, the visceralness disappears. Interesting to see that Jonathan Bachotzi's got the fastest second split.
Yes, I noticed that, yeah.
That thing clearly handles incredibly well.
Yeah, 15.6. It's very, very impressive. I mean, that's, quicker than Christoffersen.
I don't see Christoffersen's time. I don't think so.
There's no second sector.
I know, it would have been a 14.9. It's like, I'll just do the maths in my head.
Unless my eyes are deceiving me.
Yeah, so he's just to let you know, the second split for Johan Christoffersen was deleted because the lap was deleted.
Yeah.
That's why. Okay. All right. At least we can do some fast maths. So we have a little temporary pause at present. The marshals are just checking out the course. Van Zumeren, clearly there must be some kind of liquid on the track. Otherwise, we'd proceed with the rest of the warm-up session. But hopefully it'll get underway very, very shortly.
That's Leonard Archer waiting to go. That thing has got the most incredible launch. Fast Freddy builds it, and it's absolutely wonderful to see its launch and how the sound is glorious. Got to have lots of wheel spin, traction control, and all the rest of the stuffs as it goes. It's quite lovely.
Super vehicle. The attention to detail on all of these cars and the professionalism of all of these teams is just a step up from anything else that we have in South African motorsport.
There's some tatty cars. Listen to this. It accelerates quite well coming up that hill.
That's a 335. That's a twin turbo. So I mean, you could hear that wastegate opening. Just stunning vehicle.
Yeah, pushing 173 k's through the Suzuki Speed Trap, but it's not hanging around.
Double S. Tell you, that looked pretty good. That looked pretty good from Leonard Archer. Just trying to get his time there, a 49.3. All right, here come the big guns. Peter Zeely, just listen to this. Turn up your TV, your phone, your headphones. Yeah, Rodrigo, I must say that wasn't his perfect launch, but a 38.3. I mean, that's nearly as quick as he went yesterday with a 38.2.
Exactly what I was going to say. It was a very conservative launch, but the time was. Well, once again, this is a time that could win last year's top 10 shootout. So we really can't debate here the kind of speed he's bringing when it comes to the twisty stuff. The corner entry speed is staggering on the S's, for example.
Incredible, and also running so low. I mean, you can see it going up the straight. Here's Van Zumeren. 256 through the speed trap for Wade Van Zumeren. .5 for Wade Van Zumeren.
He went out with remotely.
That was a great launch from Silvio, bottom of your screen.
top speed isn't representative. It picked it up a little bit too early. That thing is quicker than that.
When you see the 300V sticker, you know it's about to get serious. Mr. Reggie Roots.
Full more launch for Reinhard Root. So they're taking it seriously this time.
Yeah, they're testing it all, yeah. Silvio seemed to misfire halfway up the hill. Let's see what Reinhard Roots can do. Aldo Scribante at 40.8.
Something broke on Silvio's car midway.
There's Gary Martin's.
Gary Martin, shame. He's had a really tough weekend. And that did not sound healthy.
And Reinhard also slowed down.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
backed
Backed
out.
out,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's backed out of it.
No, there's something touching there.
Yeah.
Oh, let's hope that's not terminal.
It sounds like something that rotates, that's disconnected from the other side,
Transmission.
but it should be. Yeah.
A few of the drivers I've
Gary
noticed when
Martin.
Yeah, I know. But Gary pulled off and then pulled back on.
He's getting his money's worth. But a few things, something I have noticed is coming through that straight there, some of the drivers opting for a different line, moving over to the right-hand side or to their left, and then cutting it back to run the corner. But it completely changes your line into that left-hander. You either run it deeper or you have to square it off a bit later. But interesting choice, but it doesn't seem to have affected the times of the guys that have opted for that line. So it's interesting to see how things go during the course of the day.
Check this launch.
Here we go. Franco. Franco into the 39s, a 39.7, impressive run there. A little squirrely into turn one.
Yeah.
Sorry, Rodrigo, carry on.
New car for today, the Rospa R34. First time we see it this weekend.
Yeah, Steve Clark with a 42 4s. As you said, first time we've seen him.
Yeah. They only showed up yesterday afternoon after everyone was done. Car was finished very late, but it is a massively fast car and one that featured on the top 10 last year, but massively modified for 2025.
That's his first run in the car in that spec, so
It's incredible.
42.4.
We did nothing yesterday. None of the practices, none of the qualies. He comes today, 42.4.
I'm keeping an eye on our monitor because I might have seen a full noodle disappear during that run, but let's wait and see
right.
how that goes. Yeah, if that lap is going to count or not.
Byron Mitchell, this is the man to watch in the single-seaters. Car number 8. Simpiwe Mokhlachlo. Just too much wheel spin, I think, off the line. great lap from Byron Mitchell, putting him in third at the moment at 40.3. Can Alan Mayer do anything about that 40.3s?
Simpira looks like she's backed out of it, or she's just certain parts of the track looks like she's not carrying as much speed as she could. Let's see what the times say.
So beware with a 56.9. Alan
Also,
Mayer, yeah.
backing out of it.
I think it's more than that.
I'm interested if you take Richard Ritzer's got the fastest first sector and Peter Zeli's got the fastest second sector. You add the two together and you get 37.1.
Sure.
So the theory is if you could combine those, the best of both worlds of those cars. And I suppose the second sector is the twisty bit, and that's where Zeli's downforce really counts. Launch of the four-wheel drive and the huge powers up the hill would give Reggie his time. But it's fascinating how two cars can deliver performance in
Different areas.
completely different ways.
I just hope there's nothing terminal with Richard Ritzer's car. I'm sure they're coming down the back end of the Simola estate and get it into the pit box and check. It's definitely a strange sound when he was coming up that last little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, this is the
Reggie's
worst
car
possible
and
time.
Sylvie.
Go ahead, Rodrigo.
No, I was saying that Reggie's car and Silvio's car are the ones that I am worried now, because maybe you guys didn't notice, but something broke midway on Silvio's RS3 and he backed off a little, and hopefully nothing major there too.
Yeah, of course we will try and get updates after the session, and well, they're going basically straight into a warm-up, so straight into a
queue.
qualifying. So yeah, we'll see if they go out.
Yeah, as the day gets a little bit longer, this is the worst possible time to start having mechanical and technical gremlins, because the time to get things fixed and have a test run are getting fewer and fewer. So this is the worst possible time. So if it would make a driver a little bit more nervous and anxious, this would be it for sure.
Imagine if we had a pit lane reporter who could go down and find out what's going on.
Can you imagine?
We had one like that, but
No,
I don't know. He was rubbish. We got rid of him.
No budget. Was demanding way too much.
Yeah, way too expensive. Just having a look, I mean, from qualifying 3 yesterday, Peter Zelia 38.2, Richard Ritzer 38.3, Franco Scribante 39.6, and then of course Byron Hubert, Lee Thompson, Aldo Scribante, Anton Grenier, Silvio Scribante. This is a young 16-year-old, Clayton Cole Enza Smith. Pretty shy of the camera, Colin.
Yeah, he ran away. He spoke to us yesterday, but ran away this morning. Damn good in carts. So this is the new MSA4 category with 3 cylinders of Volkswagen's finest turbo power.
A little bit twitchy on the entry into the corner.
Just trying to see his time. That looked pretty impressive.
Be rewarded with every swipe. Earn up to 30 cents per litre cash back on fuel when you swipe your new BP Rewards card and Smart Shopper card together. Plus, get 1% cash back on shop purchases when you swipe your BP Rewards card at BP Express. Join BP Rewards quick.
BP, everyday brighter.
Oh yeah, most definitely, and not to get ahead of myself, but it did once again. It did not seem to be pushing at absolute maximum, and given this is a warm up session, there was no need to. And still a 38.3, it's a massively fast time. The potential on that MR2 with the latest aero package, and how we got everything work seamlessly together after I don't know, 4 years now of development. Well, it really is paying dividends right now, because even going at a comfortable pace, it is just staggeringly quick.
Roger, the second, that twisty part, he is massively fast through there. And, you know, it's,
Yeah.
what's it, 13.8. Franco did a 14.7, so it's effectively a second quicker, 0.9 of a second, in the second part of the,
One
the
thing-
track.
One thing I have a strange advantage on my perspective. It's the amount of videos I make from Simola and the amount of editing I do. I sort of get a feeling of how quick cars are on the corner. And one of the points where I really try to gauge how confident the drivers are on their cars, it's their corner entry on the S's. After the bridge and after that little straight, the end. Now, during both yesterday and today, when I'm watching the live stream, when I'm seeing the camera that's right before the S, when I'm seeing the speed that he is carrying, my mind is always telling me, okay, he's going to crash because he's entering way too fast. And he is still doing the S's with a very tight line, hugging the inside of the trajectory. So the air is working overtime here, for sure.
I think it's about time to revise speed prediction or time prediction. I thought that we were looking at, well, I now think that it's winning time. If the conditions everything stays the same and the cars are healthy, probably a low 37.
37.
If not a high 36. You guys nailed your times.
Yeah,
to
we
the
did.
thing.
We didn't get. So you saying a low 37? Let's write that down.
I'll go with the 37.0 something.
37.0.
Wow,
Yeah, wow.
37 dead.
Okay.
Oh, there's lots in it.
Okay. Just to go earlier on, we did make our predictions as to the fastest time. I said Franco Scribante at 37.9. And then Clifford went for Reggie Roots at 37.8.
Yep.
And Rodrigo went with Peter Zili with a 37.7. Who do you think is going to be faster? Zili?
NFI.
Are you going with Zili?
If Reggie and Franco's cars are unhurt, those three will be within 0.2 of a second, right at the end. Right, so Silvio.
Yes, okay.
Thank you, Silvio. A boost pipe clamp came off at the launch.
Well, he had a spectacular launch, Rodrigo. That was the best launch we've seen from Silvio so far this over the last couple of days.
Yeah, it wasn't, but I was sort of correct about something breaking. I saw something jumping from the car, but no, we have a full confirmation. But getting back to the predictions of the fastest times, I stand by my prediction. On a theoretical level, I agree with Colin that his time is possible, but the kind of mental fortitude to jump to that level, I don't know if today will be the day they will take that leap. I stand by my 37.7.
Okay, 37.7. Listen, it's going to be very interesting. Just got a message from Christian, and he lives in the Simola estate.
Yeah.
And even on idle, when Wade van Zumeren's car goes through the estate to get down to the bottom, it sets off people's house alarms and car alarms. And that's at idle. I love that.
Tell you what I do miss is standing right next to that car at launch and feeling the thunder in my chest. I miss it a lot. Much as I like being here in the beautiful air-conditioned office.
Well, we might have to find a budget. just some of the highlights of some of the cars that came out in the warm-up session, and of course we will wait for the next, which will be qualifying. And this is also all about getting into the top 10 shootout, because in these qualifying sessions, that is going to determine the top 10 for King of the Hill.
And it also gets you the class finals. So both of them.
Yeah.
You've got the class finals, and then we go into... I'm not being rude by fiddling on my phone.
No,
I'm
that's
just trying
fine.
to get information on what happened, who did what to what.
With the Reichardt.
On Silvio's car, talking to Michael Stephen yesterday, he said that the exit, they've got the wastegate is not big enough to dump the excess air out of it, and they're getting up to 3.5, just over 3.5 bar gauge pressure in the inlet manifold, which is rather large.
Can't you just make it bigger?
Yeah, but then you need something to keep it closed.
Oh.
So they're going to look for a bigger wastegate thingy.
All right. Well, yeah. Maybe they should have thought about that before they did this.
Well, we were saying it's live R&D.
Live
Sure,
R&D.
sure.
Yeah.
There's a stunning overhead shot of the spectacular Simola Hillclimb. Getting into
Well,
qualifying. Sorry, Rodrigo, carry on.
I was just asking. You were talking about Silvio's or Aldo's car?
No, Silvio's car. Yeah, the 5-cylinder.
Fun fact about that: you guys know that 5-cylinder, the block, not the block of that car from a diesel, and it's from a diesel engine.
Yeah.
Because
So
the big power
nice and strong.
5-cylinder. Yeah, the big power 5-cylinder builds coming from Sweden, which is where that car came from, are all built upon the diesel block, and that's also why one of the reasons why that big of a wastegate is needed. And normally those builds, when it comes for the 4-digit horsepower, they start to getting very, very tricky.
I love that 4-digit horsepower. I just had a message from Anthony Taylor, who
Yes.
built Peter Zeeley's motor, and he says it's well over 1,000 horsepower, which we know because Peter says he's got 1 horsepower for each kilogram, and it weighs about 1,030 kilograms.
Pretty impressive. Speaking of Anthony Taylor, I mean, I remember him a couple of years ago
Going
sideways in a bucky.
Yeah.
I think it was the first time the Raptor. Was it the Raptor, or was it just a Ford Ranger or something?
No, it must have been a Raptor. A normal Ranger can't go that sideways. It was a Raptor, and it was huge entertainment. Apparently, some people at Ford weren't too impressed with that. But hey, that's their...
Well, listen, he kept it all going. Nothing wrong with that.
So in the classes...
Have we got any
that's what I was
news
gonna
on
ask.
Reichardt Roots?
Not yet.
That's what I was going to ask you, Colin. We had like 59 competitors hit the hill now, but
Yeah.
I mean, we're running out of. I mean, that was obviously warm up.
Yeah.
We're running out of qualifying sessions because we're getting close to
We
the
got
massive
2 to
switch
go,
field.
yeah.
Who do you think is feeling pressure right now and it hasn't gone according to plan?
Stevie Clark.
Okay.
So the reason they were late, A, they finished the car late, and B, his tow vehicle went into limp biscuit mode in close to East London, and they had to repair that and bring that in. And to a degree, I would think that Reichardt is feeling huge pressure at the moment because something didn't go according to plan.
Sure.
Daniel Rowe is feeling big pressure because he's a fairly substantial amount slower than Jonathan Machotzi, and we know that the first thing you've got to do is drill your teammate.
For sure.
Peter Zeeley's in the pound seats at the moment, right on the front foot.
Yeah, and he's just been so consistent. I think that's the impressive part about every single run that Peter Zeeley has done, Rodrigo, is his consistency, and regardless of which tyre he uses.
Yeah.
the debacle about the Pirelli tires yesterday that I sort of gave a bit of insight into. that the 3-year-old tires were not as uncompetitive as it seems at the first remark. One thing that we have to take into account for the top 10 shootout is that there are some cars that have retired since this morning. We haven't seen, of course, the other two Zilli Lotus, the other Lotus with the VW engine, the white one, Nyker, is not here too. Craig Zank, I haven't seen him. We haven't seen the GT3R, the 911 on this warm-up run. More I may be forgetting. The AMG GT3 of Ricky Gianocaro, we haven't seen him either. So the times needed to achieve a top 10 spot for the shootout probably will be on a 41 something, possibly. We will see, because even then, we with some cars retiring, the sharp end of the field is still massively strong and massively fast.
So I've got all the withdrawal sheets here. You've got Jody Van Zimmeren, learn how to page here, Ricardo and Jimmy Gianacaro, Mike Veria in the M4, or the Z4 thingy. Darren Goodmans, Craig Zank, Charles Orangis, Keshan Nyker, and that's it.
Yeah, so there's the GT3R that won't participate, as well as the AMG GT3 as well. So as you say, a 41, somewhere in the 41s, definitely going to get you into that top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
respecting everyone's decision, but also giving some value to their participation. Later, when I make a top 15 or top 20 video, I will use the single best run from the weekend from everyone. So some of these fast cars will still have some time on the videos, and they get some of the media return from the event.
Yeah. 100%. Just 2 minutes away from the warm-up session number 5. We look at yesterday. Your top 10 was Anton Grenier with a 42.9, and at present, after this warm-up session, a 43.9 from Jonathan Mochotzi. Imagine Jonathan Mochotzi makes it into the top 10.
Well, at the moment, Cristiano Verolini in the M4 is sitting in 10th place. So if you take the overall, you've got Byron Mitchell in there on a 40.3 and Cristiano 45.0. I expect George Evans to go a little bit quicker than that, and I think that what Rodrigo is saying, it might even be slower than that. 43.5 will get you in.
Could well be.
What is the current cutoff point?
45.099 is Cristiano Verolini.
I've got 43. I've got 43.9 from Jonathan Mochotzi.
Yeah, but you're forgetting Byron Mitchell's in a single seater in there.
Okay, fair enough.
Sasha,
I'll pay attention next time.
Focus.
I'll pay attention.
When Colin's got his phone, he's serious, so just be careful.
Yeah, very serious.
I'm still, Reggie's ignoring me.
Is he?
I'm upset.
Okay, that's...
He's obviously going through some stuff right now, so I think the first priority is just try and get that car sorted.
Yeah, not Colin Hastie's phone.
Yeah. Hopefully it's something that's cut and dry and they're not looking for it, because you don't be looking for saying no.
Exactly. You want something, we know that with Silvio's car, it's a clamp, and they can just put that clamp, that hose back on, clamp it up, and make it even more secure. But we haven't got any update on Richard Rutz. So, Rodrigo, you're also right on the ground there. Have you not? You haven't received anything on your phone from Richard?
No, not really. Normally, I have some extra knowledge, but on this case, and I know they probably are stressing about if it is some. Thankful, I hope not, but if it is a transmission issue, they should be scrambling like mess to get it for the next one.
I'm going to leave you.
I
and I'm
think
going to go and
we should
find
send.
out.
Yeah, let's go and send Colin. He's going to find out. We're into qualifying 4 at Simola 15, and Daniel Rowe on the track. Here comes Johan Christoffersen. That is just...
You see how late he trails the break through the S's. He's basically past the apex before he lets off. It's incredible. What skill.
39.4.
There we have it. Let's hope that nothing was touched. It looked clean, but let's hope nothing was touched in the process.
Unbelievable from Johan Christoffersen. That's super impressive, Rodrigo.
It is, man. I sort of predicted that he would nail down a lap and he will keep everything much more tight. It's just with that little bit of flip to point the car towards the exit of the corner, and he nailed a proper lap together. And it is a big leap in time because he went from a circa 40-ish time to straight to a 39.4.
I mean, yeah, that's 6/10 quicker than you know, I was talking to his engineer earlier today, and his engineer said, oh, you know, maybe at 39.7. So Christoffersen has found an extra 3/10.
I feel like they were done.
Sean McKay and Dayan Padiachi out on track, both in the A5 category. Let's see how they get amongst each other. Of course, we're also looking for the class final. You want to try and be in your top 3. Ridwan Babamia in the BMW on the top of your screen, 152 through the speed trap. Oh, is that a miss?
Something seems a little off there through the left hand and the S.
But he's had trouble the whole weekend with that car. The Audi R8's got a message from my friend Mark Friedman. No news on a new R8.
Oh.
So he says, no, and listen, he would know. So Daniel Rowe went out and did a 45.1, I think, which is one of his better times, but his teammate Jonathan Mokgotsi didn't go out. So Daniel Rowe's having to try and fight. He's got to get in those 44s or 43s. Was Mokgotsi 43.8 that he posted in that corner.
Yeah, I think Mokgotsi's got nothing ready to prove out. He's got to just sort of wait it out and look after the car and make sure everything is good for final runs. But Daniel Rowe's got everything to do, so massive pressure shift on Daniel Rowe's shoulders right now.
At combined qualifying Q1 to Q3, Mokgotsi's best time has been a 44.1 and Daniel Rowe's been a 44.8, so 7/10. That's a lot.
That's big, yeah. It's a lot to find on cars that are quite evenly matched. So
yeah, just the weight difference between the two drivers. That probably is what it's about. Shiraz Bawa in the beautiful M5 V10. Paul Malachi in the Shelby. Whole bunch of Shelbys coming out now.
A flock, a herd, a fleet. We'll never know.
Yeah, we'll never know. I think we'll continue it probably next year as well. Paige Lindenberg. In the Shelby Super Snake with the Ford Coyote.
It's like you said, we probably won't know what you call a group of Mustangs together, and you said we'll probably find out next year. And that's one positive thing with this herd or flock, is that they are consistent runners and entrants in Simola. So yeah, nice to have regular names coming back every year to keep pushing and continue the Simola heritage moving forward.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, the Lindenbergs and their whole team, always so supportive and come out on force.
Yeah, and are ready to race. They're not playing around.
Paige Lindenberg posts a 52.3, Vinesh Parayachi a 54.0, Paul Malachi a 55.2. Joshua Callahan on the top of your screen, bottom of your screen is the very, very impressive 720S McLaren, Garth McIntosh. Very, very strong first sector. Another one of the Shelby Super Snakes, Dion Smith. Garth McIntosh a 46.9.
Yeah, good run, and it was clean.
Wow.
So yeah, nice. He's starting to find a good rhythm at the right time. It's all about peaking at the right time and getting that rhythm going.
Spot on. I mean, he's 5 seconds clear of anybody else in his class. So he's really, really been very, very impressive. Natalie Weston.
As all Westerns do, stepping out on the Mercedes already, putting a wheel on the dirt, which is always fun to watch.
The AMG GLC 63 SE, which has only got a 2-litre 4-cylinder engine.
It seems so little.
It does, but it's got 500 kilowatts.
It's mad.
Oh, good lap. Good lap. 47.3.
Clint Weston now out on the circuit. Everyone holds their breath because I'm pretty sure this is going to be entertaining.
Well, he's going for it now. He wants that record as well. 42.5, somewhere around there from JP van der Walt. I think he did a 43.2 in the last one. So he's getting closer and closer. Yeah, and just going back to JP van der Walt, it would be interesting to see if this lap from Western actually holds. 44.0.
I think he lost a bit there, running it a little bit on the dirt. So yeah, he's got to piece it together. It's all about a incident-free run up the hill.
Just got reminded that JP van der Walt basically didn't have tyres left after his run last year. Could be classified as slicks.
Well, I think he did a lot of mileage to get rid of a lot of the tread. Clever man, JP is.
Speaking of slicks, I saw something interesting this morning when we were walking through the pits on one of the Scribanto cars. I'm not going to tell anyone which car, but they're scrubbing in their tyres using sandpaper, which is something I've never seen before.
Yes, we did see that. Got to try and find the advantage.
I mean, the run is too short to scrub them in properly, so you've got to do a bit of a manual approach, I guess.
Not that unusual in Hillclimb racing here in Europe, I have to say.
Look, Rodrigo, I've always had to pay for my tyres and make them last, so I take the scrubbing in. That's at least 5 laps to my advantage. So it's a different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Michelin have spent millions in R&D, and then what do? Slap on a brand new set of boots and grab a Grit 82 and start wiping them down.
Ooh. It's, Guy Davies getting a little bit squirrely on the entrance to the S's there.
Comes across at 51.1, the very impressive Supra. on the top of your screen, Pit Porchita at the bottom in the Alfa Romeo QV Giulia.
I feel like Paul Munro's had like a pretty smooth Simola. We haven't spoken a hell of a lot about him, but he's just been consistent and smooth on every run. Not much to talk too much about because everything seems to be on rails.
Yeah, 49.7. Super impressive. So he's in the same class as Guy Davies. Leighton Faree, he's a guy to watch. This guy's also super impressive. He's in the top of your screen, so he's also in the same category. This is a fun guy, Colin, Leighton Faree.
Yeah, I like him a lot. I got a bit confused, but luckily he had on his overall it had Old Faree on it, so I kind of
figured out who he was.
Yeah, so news on Reggie is it was a diffuser that came loose.
Ah, okay, which can be easily fixed.
They
Thankfully.
furiously bolting and duct taping and tie wrapping.
Okay, thank you for the update. Well, that's always good. That's very impressive. Leighton Faree goes into 5th place with a 46.1.
That looked good.
Super impressive. And Cristiano Verolini, he's in the M4. He's coming up to complete his lap. 3rd, 44.295. Super impressive. Some of the OEMs, the John Cooper Works Mini. Just got news, Ashley Oldfield's time disqualified, so must have been exceeding track limits.
Yeah, Ashley hasn't had the easiest time this weekend. Issues with the car, scrubbed off that time. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're enjoying the event, but it hasn't been smooth sailing. But, with a new brand coming to Simola as an OEM, obviously these R&D issues are things that they can work on, and you don't know until you get here.
So the Opel with Siyabonga Mankonkwana. He's coming up to complete his lap. And we've got Ernest Page on the top of your screen. The little 1200 Suzuki Swift Magic, 5.7 litres to 100 k's up the hill. Even though it's just a 1200 and, it looks pretty pedestrian. I mean, he's winding that as fast as he can go.
He's ringing that.
And I mean, he's holding on.
I mean, what size are those tires? Like 185?
No, they 165,
160. I mean, that's the size of a bicycle tire.
That's all you need. It weighs a little. And they're perfect for driving over potholes and things like that as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Francis Cousins in the Fiat Abarth, the Alfa Romeo 4C of Andre Steenkamp. Let's see what the 4C can do. 50.0.
It's respectable.
That's pretty impressive.
Looking now like the Swift Sport coming through the speed trap against the normal 1200 is about 30 k's on the top speed, which is a lot in a small powered car. But yeah, I mean,
it's significant.
It is significant, yeah.
A 56.5 for the Suzuki Swift Sport. Getting quite close between the Alfa Romeo Stelvio and the Nissan Patrol. Those two fighting for class honors as well. Janssen van Rensburg goes over the timing beacon, 51.7. So, yeah, he was doing 50 deads earlier and yesterday.
honest, I think that Jimmy looks crazy now. Who would have thought you could bring a Jimmy to a hill
I'm
climb?
just looking at the body roll going through the S's, and I thought if I just tighten up the suspension, they'll find at least 2 seconds, because you've got to wait for that car to settle before you can tip it in. But that's a lot of waiting.
But it's great off-road.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're such fun, man.
Yeah, and that's what it's about, having some fun.
Yeah, it's a fabulous, fabulous vehicle. And becoming so popular that it's become like a cult car.
And-
They have these Jimny events.
I know the sound of that car coming up next.
Kilometers through the speed trap for Anton Cornier. Smoke. Fire coming out of the exhaust. I mean, it's just, that's what this is all about. Just magnificent. That looks quick. Woohoo! Super lap from Anton Cornier. 42.9.
You'd be wanting a little bit more. Low 42.
From the sound of it, seemed like the car was missing a bit there. It didn't sound completely healthy.
Tariq Sitzman in the Ford. I mean, you talk about the Jimny going up the road, Colin. What about the Nissan Patrol? Not your standard kind of hill climb car. I doubt you see any of those going up the hills in Europe. Rodrigo and Nissan Patrol.
Not even on my wildest dreams. And there are roads here where we hold some hill climbs where it wouldn't even fit.
Only in South Africa. Willy de Beer in the Porsche 997 GT3 Cup car. Farouk Dango in the top of your screen as well. Didn't have a warm-up run. Wow, that Porsche sounds incredible.
Farouk won't be happy with that 48.
Do you think his gremlins from yesterday have returned, that he's not running the times that he's capable of?
I have no idea.
Peter Zurich.
If you want outrageous, just look at this Toyota MR2. It is magnificent. Peter Zeely.
Oh, it's a good one.
Little bit of a touch in the brakes, the double S's. Wow. That is super fast. 37.5.
Wow, that puts me out the running.
Yo, Rodrigo.
Holy. Okay, trying to contain my language here.
Wow. Okay, Wade Van Zoomeren seems to have a little bit of an issue.
No, they just get
Oh,
me
there you go.
climbed
Okay,
up.
here you go. All right, let's listen to this. We've got Butter Kraus on the track at the moment. He goes into 10th position with a 46.5. Okay, not great for Wade van Zumeren.
Just go back to Zili.
That is incredible.
It's believable, Liz.
Yeah, 37.5.
So my 37 naught.
Yeah, you're looking good.
Yeah, you're in play. And I mean, there's definitely potential. They could find even a little bit more than that. You never know. But what a fantastic time. And we know that the track is not as clean as it could be. So, yeah, massive respect.
I think that the track's getting quicker as it's evolving.
Yeah, it
but
would.
Let's listen to the launch of this thing. It's magnificent.
Something's not right with
I think there was something in a gear change, and then when he realized that he wasn't going to get the time, he's backed off. Right, Silvio should be next.
Bit of a tyre scrubbing session.
Yeah. Running it in.
This is going to be an important run for Silvio.
Yeah.
It's actually clever use of the time in the run.
Ooh, 41.5 for Silvio Scribante. Okay.
Very good. Something's wrong with Wave.
We're not winning here.
They changed that diff overnight, the rear diff on that car, but it's definitely some kind of issue for Wade van Zumeren.
How incredible is it how Silvio Scribante's car just hooks up once it's got traction and then just steers on a dime? It's incredible.
You know, I was chatting to Silvio yesterday. That car's been rebuilt bolt for bolt. It's very impressive. 41.5 for Silvio Scribante. Rodrigo, be happy with that?
Yes, for a car that is pretty much a new build and it's built upon a time attack basis where a standing start was never in question, so they have to dial that in. They have to change a lot of the geometry and the architecture of the car to accommodate for that. Yes, it is a very good start, and probably they will up the boost until the end of the day as they feel more comfortable with the car, and we might be getting even faster, but 41.5 it's already a very respectable run up.
Stephen Clark.
Sounds angry.
Oh, a little bit of a miss.
No, Steve won't be happy with that.
No, he's backed off.
This is his second run. That car ran together after its build. The first time was this morning, so he's had all of 2 minutes in the car.
Yeah.
But he won't be happy with
No, it didn't. It seemed to have started off okay, but didn't manage to hook it up at the end there.
You've got to love how outrageous some of the bodywork is on some of these cars. That spoiler is
Well, and I mean that is a road-going car. So I mean, imagine that just driving down the road.
Yeah.
Well, it's got a number plate on it.
That's not going through the boom at the estate. That's for sure.
44.6. He won't be happy with that at all. Right,
No, there's
so
a lot of time that he can find there. Little pause in at the moment.
Just going back to that time of Sylvia, I was speaking to Mark Stevens this morning. He said the car's got a 40 dead in it.
Wow. So you've got to find 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, which I think they will.
I hope we get to see that.
40 dead would be spectacular. Richard Rutz making his way to the line.
Let's hope everything is intact and been fixed.
Right, let's check this out. Oh, this is Evans.
Oh, so
That's Evans, yeah.
Okay, so maybe they're sitting out this one, Richard.
Can't wait for this launch.
Really?
Yeah.
24.8 through the first split.
Oh, it's quick through there. 39.8. So 4/10 off Johan Christofferson, but a massive 1 point.
Oh.
Whoopsie! Oh, that's a good dance.
Yeah, well saved.
Well saved.
That's how American cars should be displayed.
And he won't even get a DQ for that because he technically didn't, or he didn't hit a.
He didn't need a bull needle, a policeman. But Franco Scribante a full 1.3 seconds off Peter Zeele. I mean, that's got to be concerning, Rodrigo, for the Scribante camp.
I think so, and the thing is, by now, he has been consistently sort of that slow around the 39, the high 39 mark, and maybe they are sandbagging, possibly. But also another interesting point, is how many full bore launches they have done during this weekend compared to other years. 2023, 2024, they reserved the car to only 2 or at the most 3, and by my accounts, during this weekend they had all run 4 or 5 full bore launches on the car, so they should be pretty confident on the transmission durability, but we'll see.
Something interesting, Stefan Winterhoven in the Corvette doing a 101 with his pirouettes on the hill, still not the fastest. So it shows you, if you've got a Corvette and you have a bit of a dance somewhere on the hill, you can still get through the line faster than a Suzuki Swift.
Clifford, I love
You should be a copywriter.
I love the way you just come up with these
Pearls of wisdom.
fun facts.
I'm a budget racer. I've got to find different ways of trying to be competitive on a budget. So I would definitely sign up for a Corvette, because I'm definitely not going to make it happen in a Swift.
All right, just sweeping off all of the sand and dust that was deposited from the Corvette's run. And there is a replay. I just love that.
Dukes of Hazzard style.
Yeah, just carry on. Rolling back car number 3, that's Rick Morris in the EcoBoost 1600. 4-cylinder. It's going to be a interesting little category between Rick Claydon and Simpiwe. The two MSA4s against the Ford. Ashley Oldfield, the only DQ from this qualifying session for track limits, the 48.1. But Peter Zeely, I mean, he's zoned in, Colin. I mean, it's just like, wow.
That was super impressive. And, he would have... You now go into class finals. He can afford almost to, I was going to say, take it easy in the class final. If you look, I'm just quickly going down to the rest of his class. He's got Butter Krause in the class behind him. He can almost take it easy.
It's in our DNA to explore, to search for more. We push, we seek, we forge roads where there weren't any. We search for more. Look at the stars. Find your more. We weren't born to stand still. We were born for more. More adventure, more freedom, more. Introducing the Suzuki Jimny 5-door, born for more.
And it's so important that you bring that up, because for many, many years, you get someone like, Franco Scribante, and you look and you go, oh, they're not there. But when it comes to that top 10, it's incredible what he can deliver. So, never discount anything. The times that we're seeing right now might well change when we get into those top 10s.
Yeah, could be strategy, or, like, that last little push of adrenaline when it counts. But going back to Zeely, has he even had a bad run this weekend? He's been incredibly consistent. He's been on the money from the first time the flag dropped. So yeah, he's just come out and done his thing and kept drawing a line in the sand, and everyone else is chasing him, but no one's been able to catch him yet.
Similar to last year when David Joubert came out. Right from run 1, he was quick. And he just built and built and built and built. I think the level of confidence that Peter has right now is substantial.
Rodrigo, have you spoken to Peter overnight? Because, you're very close. You've been very instrumental in getting Peter to get to Europe as well.
Very little. I spoke with him mostly before the event, and he was always very confident on both the car and his trust on the car right now. I think most of all that's the main point. His trust on the car right now, it's very, very big.
Stunning. Byron Mitchell, this guy's flying this weekend.
There's something wrong with Simpiwe's car there.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem to
There's no going.
go.
Yeah, since we've come back and gone through the warm up and now the other sessions, it just hasn't got pace.
So Byron Mitchell gets himself into 5th place overall, 41.7. We'll be very, very happy with that. Whoa, Alan Mayer getting a little excited. Simpiwe going with a 53.
Casey and Smith. Now that's what the MSA4 should sound like, the top line, and go like.
Simpiwe did a 53.7.
Got a message from Wicked Willie Bard, and he says that he's absolutely stunned by Peter Zealy, both by car and driver, and never forget Fast Freddy's fettling.
Oh, wow. That's quite poetic.
Freddy was, he's done some really, really good stuff there. And
very impressive.
To go back to what Rodrigo was saying, the confidence that Peter has in the car and the comfort he's got with its balance is vital to extract maximum performance in it.
No, exactly, Colin. Like, confidence is everything. You can have the best car made ever with all the possibilities, but if you don't have trust in the car and you're not pushing beyond what you believe the car can do, because I mean everyone's trying to push so hard they can go, but if you are backing off, you lose so much time. But again, back to Wicked Willie's point, there is also the relationship you have with the guys working with your car. If you've got that relationship and you trust them and you know that their work is good and you can communicate with each other, that's tenths of a second right there.
It's rather like being Max Verstappen's teammate.
Rodrigo, very, very impressive. We're going to have some Formula One demonstrations, of course. Then we're going to have a qualifying 6. I mean, I'm just sitting there thinking, does Peter Zealy just, can he find even more?
Yep.
I think he can. After seeing that 37.5 and looking how much margin there's still, they're still on that run. He wasn't pushing to the limit. You could see that as fast as the car is, it wasn't. Just a note, because some people on the stream might not know, Willem Bard that sent the message is a former winner of Simola with the car that Reggie Roots is now running, which is a side note that I think some of the new viewers might not know, but if I'm not mistaken, 2018 winner. At the time, the car was baby blue, different body kit, but good to hear from the big man. And when a guy like Peter Zealy gets this recognition from a former winner, well, we're dealing with some serious stuff.
Yeah, I remember when Wilhelm came down with. That was the first time I'd really seen a Nissan GTR in proper anger. I mean, it was just wow. Okay, the level has changed
completely.
One curious fact. It's I think it was because of him that the pool noodles started having the importance they have now. Because on the winning run on 2018, on the very last corner, he just cut the corner so much that he broke the front splitter or rear diffuser. I'm not sure which, but I have the video on the channel, and he almost had a big crash, but at the same time he won the whole event on that run.
Yeah, it's amazing how over time different bits of track furniture have become more and more important, and the noodles are, it used to be if you knock one over, and then it's now evolved to if you touch it, and the people who are watching it are considered judges of fact. So if they judge you to have touched it. The other thing was the Andre Bezuidenhout 2 years ago, I think it was, with the Gould. There's so much downforce and the cars are going so quickly that this was before they put the metal stake down the middle, and the pool noodle would wobble because of the air.
Yeah,
And it looks like he's touched it. So now you've got the metal rod down the center of it, so that it's a little bit stiffer.
Yeah.
There's always that one guy that has to change the game,
Well,
I don't think you want to, mess with the advocate.
Yeah.
If the advocate says something, more than likely you should respect it.
yeah.
Yeah, I think either way with Peter Zili, we all sit here and speculate, but whether he can or he can't find time, I feel he's definitely going to try, and we're definitely going to find out within a couple of hours, and that's making it quite exciting. So
Everyone's definitely up the ante. There's probably more time for just about everyone there.
I think the most important take right now is that if last Friday we were told that the new record would be a 37.5, we would be going ecstatic and thinking, holy moly, that would be a tremendous run. And now we have seen it as a 37.5, and we are thinking, it can be faster. It can be faster.
And I mean, if you consider his fastest ever run has been a 38.3. Up until yesterday. So, I mean, that's 7/10.
No, 38.5. His fastest run last year was a 5. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's he's found a second. Of course, there is an aero update on the car as well. But I think he would have a very, very decent grin
I think
on his
the
face.
other thing that's made a difference is the car went on a weight reduction program, and where they found the weight in the car was relatively high up. So I think the handling of the car is vastly improved, and the mechanical, or the handling works with the aero, and he's got such an advantage in that second sector. He did a 1380, takes 1.1 seconds out of Franco in the handling part of the circuit. Now that's huge. Assuming that Franco, we believe, has got more powers, horsepowers and torques, and to deliver that 1.1 in handling is amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Not to speak in Peter's turn, and I think it would be nice for him to have a proper interview where we could disclose some of the stuff I'll just introduce. I'm fairly close to the person that designed the aerodynamic package for that car, Andrew Brilliant of AMB Aero, and the struggle with that car has been making use of all the aerodynamic potential of the whole package, because it is producing something alongside of an F1 car worth of downforce. But at the same time, it's an hill climb course, and it offers a lot of different problems that a normal track would, and we can see on the fast, just the bumps and everything. And the car struggled a lot initially with that, and then they introduced the third member on the rear suspension, and they have been fine-tuning it over time. And I think this year they finally clicked everything, and he's using that aerodynamic package to its not full potential, but fairly close.
Let's have a quick look at Peter Zili's run from today. Besides Robert Walk, I mean, this is the fastest time we've seen so far at the Simola Hillclimb. So here's Peter Zili with very, very impressive.
He's on the gas early through one.
This part right here.
crazy fast. Phenomenal lap. Here we go. The 1974 007 Tyrrell. The car that Jody Scheckter raced in. Oh, it's just magnificent.
Something about the sound of an angry VFVS.
Jordan, the Sasson Jordan, ex-Stefano Modena car.
Pretty.
Oh, so gorgeous. But listen to the sound of that. Oh, my word.
And that's running roughly at the moment.
You say?
Yeah. No, it's
Little a tad.
There's a
Where's Robbie Walk? Well, maybe not bringing out the Sasson
I don't
Jordan.
hear it in the background.
No. We shall definitely hear it if it does fire up.
Absolutely. So we're going to go into qualifying now. Last qualifying, is it, Sasha?
That's it. Last qualifying. That's going to take place in a couple of minutes from now. And then, well, these times all count, especially when it comes to the class finals. But when it's the top 10 shootout, we go back to zero.
Does the qualifying results have any effect in the running order in the classes?
Yeah, well, it should. The fastest will go last.
Is that
Yeah.
okay? So it basically works in reverse. So slowest
Yeah.
first. So you know what you're chasing if you're the fastest car, which is a massive advantage.
What we need now, Sasha, is a list of combined qualifying times, so we can talk a bit of sense about it.
Well, I can tell you that Peter Zeely is at the top with 37.553. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, Richard Roots would be second with a 38.3, and then we would have a 39.4 from Christofferson. Scribante did a 39.6 yesterday. Yeah, that's it. But maybe we'll get that from the MSA team and get some combined times. Then we can go through all of that and give us an idea also, so we can see what we need is actually the class times.
Indeed.
Combined.
So, Eric, if you can hear us, please send us a merged list of all the qualifying.
And here are the Formula One cars making their way down the hill.
I was quite, we had qualifying and sprint race for Grand Prix, and sadly my man didn't win. You look at the size of a modern day Formula One car and its complexity and the beauty and simplicity of these cars, and I think I know which ones I would prefer.
I much prefer the sound of these ones, without a doubt. And probably if they were a lot smaller.
Well, exactly.
From the
current
modern ones.
Yeah, they're way too big, way too complex. But anyway, we're not at a Formula One race. Hill climb, and they've got 1,970 meters to go, 150 odd to climb, to get a proper qualifying time.
Yeah, we're about 8 minutes away from our next qualifying and final qualifying for the Simola Hillclimb 2015, the 15th edition. There afterwards, of course, we will go into our class final and then the shootouts. And just wonderful that we've got these Formula One cars, and also a shout out to Franschhoek Motor Museum for the for bringing the Tyrrell, that Alf Tyrrell. I mean, it's just spectacular, very, very special.
Beautiful car, and that's how they made them back in the day.
Okay, so here we have, just waiting for it to update to the front, and then we can hopefully go through all of the combined times. We've got their differences. Oh, that's very fancy that we have in front of us. We'll go through it as soon as it gets to number one.
We always like Eric when he does good things.
He's also a very good-looking chap. But coming back to your point there on the Formula One cars, like what a great addition it is to like a motorsport festival that they're bringing out cars that people like of the newer generations that would never have had access to besides looking at it on a very old grainy YouTube video. But now you can see it in the flesh and hear what it sounded like, and there's a bit of like nostalgia for the older generations, but also it just broadens and widens everyone's scope of how motorsport has moved through the ages, which I think is super cool.
Yeah, very, very special.
Sasha, you have much experience in reading times.
I do. So we can go Wade van Zumeren, best overall time, a 41.8. No,
well, that's his personal best.
Best.
I think it has to sort itself.
Although his Q3 time, 47.889. The screen is just jumping all over the place.
Yeah, I think there's just a little bit of filtering that needs to be done on the different positions from what I can see, unless they're still putting it all together.
It does go in its class. Oh,
That's quite impressive.
Oh, it's a 2025 Simola Hillclimb. I may have said the 2015. My apologies. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure we'll get a printout sheet in a short while so we can see all of those combined times from all of the qualifyings we've had so far. We do have one more session.
I do understand your confusion about 2025 for the 15th running.
That's it. There we
So
go.
it's the 15th running in 25.
Correct.
Okay. There we go. So when I say 15, if I say 2015, I mean the 15th running in 2025.
I think we've all made that mistake during the course of this weekend at some point. So we should have had a swear jar and put money in every time someone makes that mistake.
We should
have a swear jar for somebody who talks over a car starting, a proper sounding car.
That was in place, but our prime candidate is not sitting next to you here now. So we were hoping to make a bit of coin this weekend, but it hasn't worked out the way we were hoping.
I'm getting nothing.
I've seen your wallet. There's a lot of moths in there, my boy.
Rodrigo, great to have you, as always, on the Simola Hillclimb from Hillclimb Monsters. A much more difficult day that we anticipated, but the racing continues, and it has been super, super impressive. And also kudos to all of the drivers who are actually out there.
Of course, it requires a mental fortitude that not many have, and yes, it has been a quite difficult day. The racing spirit persevered, and the Joubert family's wishes, which we want to honor. And when it comes to the racing aspect of it all, Simola always delivers, and the spectacle is here. We are seeing records, even with all these conditions that we are facing. The on-track action, it's second to none when it comes to the hill climb world, and I'm always glad and honored to be part of this stream, and also giving something back. And we are just preparing for an awesome afternoon that will brighten what has been a bit of a gloomy day. Bittersweet, should we say.
Absolutely. Motor racing is a cruel game. We have incredible highs and the deepest depths of lows. And speaking of highs, Eric, thank you very much for bringing us the sheets of time. Sasha, you've got them in by class.
I've got them by
I've got
class.
them overall.
Yeah, I've got them by class. So we can go through at present. Class A1, we've got Yash Rampasad.
And these are the
These
combined
are the combined times
of all qualifying sessions.
qualifying sessions. Then we've got Bradley Boshoff, who's second, and Eugene Norse, who is third at the moment. So Jeanette Koch-Kritzinger could get into that top three. She's got to find a little bit of time to knock out Gino Norse.
How much time? How close is it?
You're probably looking at second.
Okay.
Yeah, but
it's
it's
difficult, but it can be done.
156th.
Yeah, I mean, it can be done.
Only 2%.
Leighton Faree, he looks pretty solid in Class A3. Paul Munro and Guy Davies. Pete Potgieter has got to find about a second and a half in order to try and get into that top three as well. Cristiano Verolini is on his own in A4. Diane Padiachi, Sean McKay, Ridwan Bamla are all in there because there's only three of them in that category. Gordon Nicholson and Shiraz Bawa as well. A7. And this is this is where all the Shelbys are. You've got Garth McIntosh in the McLaren, and he's pretty safe over there. But then you've got Eugene, you've got Paige, you've got Joshua, and right behind is Paul Malachi as well. So they're very, very close. That's a tenth of a second. You've got to try and find a tenth of a second, and all of a sudden you can be into that top three. Clint Weston very much in control in Class A8. Courtney Nickel and Natalie Weston. Ashley Oldfield, we know, has just been problematic with his MG. He's got to find 2 seconds. So I'm not entirely sure if he's going to be able to do that. We're getting into our final qualifying now, and I think it's Daniel Rowe is going to be first off.
Fascinating battle between the two Volkswagens with Jonathan's best up to now has been 44.1, Daniel's 44.8.
Yeah, it's more time to find there. Colin, if Daniel comes out in the finals and finds those 7/10s, wouldn't that be a stroke of strategic genius? Oh, Christopherson is entertaining us yet again out on the hill.
Really is something else to watch. Sideways through the finish.
Sideways over the line.
Gotta love that. While we wait for that time to come up, Daniel went a little bit slower than his best, and Jonathan went a little bit faster than his best.
So the gap is a little bit more
bit
open.
big, yeah. The gap on time on that run was 1.3 seconds, or 1.2.
Sure, that's big.
Yeah.
And Johan Kristoffersen got disqualified for that.
Yeah, I thought I saw there was a pool noodle being tossed to the scenery there, but my eyes have deceived me already this weekend, so I'll wait for the classification there.
I love that Porsche. Red run.
He hasn't had the easiest weekend, but he's definitely persevered in true spirit and like sort of captures the essence of Simola. Like, it doesn't always go your way, but you come out here, you give it a full go, and then have a full fat blast in your car.
And give it back to your wife so she can take the kids to school.
Yeah, that's tomorrow's mission.
So Gordon's best times are 46.9, so you'd be hoping to improve on that.
It's 29.7 through the first sector. Don't know if he's gonna get there. Let's see.
Yep. It's also very interesting on this combined sheet is just to cast your eye down which session delivered the quickest. And a lot of them are in Q3.
So it was yesterday afternoon.
Yeah.
When the track
Yeah.
probably was a lot cooler than... Oh, that's Shiraz Bawa. Oh, that's a nasty accident. So definitely going to be cautions out on the track right now. The marshals will let Paul Malachi know to back off.
Yeah, he's around about now. He's coming up to the bridge.
Oh,
Most important thing is let's hope Shiraz is okay.
So just looking at those times from which session. Q3 seemed to be pretty good, but also a number of Q1s.
okay.
It just shows track conditions. Well, Q1 would have been pretty warm.
Pretty midday-ish.
Yeah, and then Q3 slightly later on in the afternoon.
And then, of course, Peter Zeely goes and
messes
changes
that up
everything
for
with a Q5.
Yeah.
And Sylvia, but we understand that Sylvia had a whole lot of problems yesterday. And, of course, Steve Clark, who was a late arriver. Clint Weston was quickest in 3. Owen Bridger, Courtney Nicol.
Q3 did catch me a little bit off guard. I thought the guys would just go out and circulate as the conditions sort of cooled down, and then it was almost like a frenzy where the guys were like, last session of the day, let's give it a full go, because all of a sudden there was just a period where it was fastest time, and it was, for me, I thought they'd sort of just circulate. I mean, I even passed a comment, there's sun in their eyes, there's difference with shadows. I mean, we did see a little bit more guys run wide and a few more off edges, but that's because they were pushing.
Shiraz Bauer, who we saw in his
there's
BMW,
a
he's
more
walking,
technical-
he's okay, he's fine.
Oh, fantastic news.
Yeah, all good.
Sorry, sir, you can't park there.
Rodrigo, you were just saying something about the difference in the qualifying 3 and qualifying 1.
Yeah, there's a more technical explanation for that, given my perspective, which is the fact that Simola allows tire warmers, and tire warmers make the whole dynamic with the track conditions quite a bit different. Because they sort of eliminate the track condition aspect of it, because we are combining both ultra soft hill climb tires with tire warmers. So in a way, you almost want to have a cooler track, so you can control on your side with the tire warmers the right point of temperature for everything. If it was here in Europe, for example, where tire warmers are outlawed entirely, yes, the track conditions reign supreme there, and as soon as you get the tarmac a bit warmer, the times start falling down up to a point, of course. But in Simola, when you add tire warmers into the mix, things can get a bit more confusing, because it is possible to be just as fast, if not faster, on cooler conditions when it comes to the track.
Rodrigo, in the European hill climb events as well, do they run sort of the same kind of times in terms of the time of the day as we run here, and are they more in the summer months or the cooler months?
Summer months, exactly because of this. The season here in Europe pretty much starts at the end of, let's say, April, and finishes at the middle of October. The very last event, it's the event I run in Croatia, for example. There are a couple others after that, but not just very local stuff. But the main events, it's right up until that point where the temperatures start dropping again. And it's exactly to take advantage of that. And normally we have, let's say, on the bigger events, two runs per day, and with one run being very early in the morning, exactly to allow for the second run to be on the hottest part of the day, right around, let's say, 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Some events where it's possible to organize 3 runs, let's say the first one 8 in the morning, second one noon, last one 3 to 4 in the afternoon.
Okay. When you have delays as well, I suppose, it just happens in any motorsport event where, you might have to cancel 1 or 2 of the sessions in order to get the maximum out of the afternoon and complete. Do the hill climb events also run over 2 days?
They do. It's always 2 days for pretty much every event, apart from some very local ones in Austria, for example, which is a country where hill climb racing is very big, where they organize these very local events, which are always done in a single day with up to 6 runs. But those have some very, very specific advantages for that. But no, it's always 2 days, Saturday and Sunday, with the most preferred format being 3 runs on 3 practice runs on Saturday, and at least two racing runs on Sunday.
Rodrigo, I just wanted to ask you, because you mentioned about tire warmers here, and they obviously don't run them in Europe. How easy is it to get your tire pressures right if you're not using tire warmers? Because obviously tire warmers is the first regulator to get your pressures right. It must be so difficult to put it together and try and get your pressures right if you're just relying on conditions. How easy is that to get set up?
Not easy at all. It's always a bit of a struggle for everyone, and that's also a bit of information that you'll be very hard pressed to squeeze from any team, because they keep it close to their chest, and they normally won't reveal that data at all. And because the cars in hill climb racing are so different here in Europe too. There are many one-off builds, and the power values are just are going up and up. So it varies widely from team to team. Even from similar cars, you can have, let's say, for example, the Lancer Evolution. It's a very popular base here when it comes to the high-powered cars, and you can have 2 cars which have the same base and are running sort of similar times, but because one is more reliant on being lightweight and having a bit less power, and the other one it's going for 1,200 horsepower, but it's a bit heavier, and then the tire pressures on both are totally different, and they run totally different suspension settings and everything. So it's part of the beauty of the sport, where, as far as I'm concerned, and Simola also expresses that to a very high value.
Yeah. So my follow-up question to that then is, as you put it now, is that with that being so difficult to get the right information, are the manufacturers of the tires accessible to give you technical information, or you just got to sort of wing it on your own?
Oh, wing it on your own on this case. It is because at the end of the day, while people take those who take the hillclimb racing very seriously, it is very much a grassroots type of motorsport. Also part of the beauty of the whole thing, but when it comes to our data and everything, there's still a gap there to explore. And yes, at the very top, when you have some of the teams that have these million euro bills and stuff like that, they can have the data. They won't divulge it in any way, shape, or form. Don't count on that. But no, people have to wing it very, very much at all levels. Although I will say that there's a wealth of knowledge built up for 30 or 40 years now on this sport that people can rely on, and after a year or 2 years, people get a feeling, and you won't see anybody just failing it wildly wrong or something like that. But no, at the very sharp end of the scale, things they vary wildly. People have to wing it a little, and there's some discrepancy between everyone. But like I said, it's part of the beauty of the sport, and when it gets too formulaic, when it is on Formula One, for example, maybe it starts to get boring too, and that's another discussion.
Yeah, it's obviously a few expensive years of school fees trying to figure it out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've got this very similar kind of cars that come back year after year, and yet they improve all of the time. And it's a school of learning.
Yeah.
And we see it. I mean, even just the progression during the course of this weekend, how the teams try and just work on that chess puzzle. Or chess game to eventually, nail it down when it really counts.
Oh, and there's still a lot of margin to explore. Trust me, I have. If you asked me 10 years ago, and I have followed this type of motorsport for almost 30 years now, and very close to 10 years ago, I would say, no, this is crazy. We are up to 800 horsepower on some of the cars, and they are running on these ultra tight mountain passes, and this is getting to a group B levels of craziness. And 10 years forward, and if you want to really be competitive and fight for a top spot when it comes to the close cars, you better have up to 1,000 horsepower and 1-to-1 power to weight ratio and some crazy aero to tie it all up, or else you'll be just left behind. So the game just moves on and moves on and moves on. And if I had one wish, it's to get everyone down there from South Africa and all the top guys here in Europe all in one place, just to see how everyone compares.
That would be an absolutely fascinating thing.
That would be unbelievable. Getting everybody together. I think much easier to get your Europeans to come out here to Simola. I think let's start with that one, and then we'll reciprocate in a couple of years.
Well, this process sort of started when Peter brought his MR2 for the first time here in Europe, and he enjoyed it very much, and hopefully he will come back sooner rather than later. But you are correct that it's probably easier to bring a couple cars down there initially, and that's something I have started working on, and I have 2 or 3 cars in mind, and they have expressed their interest, and I wouldn't make it anything less than a proper monster to arrive there and to fight for the win if possible. So possibly for 2026 we might have some big news. I can't disclose more than that, but keep an eye on social media, on our channels, and on Simola Hillclimb channels and everything, because we were cooking something.
I really like that. That sounds very, very encouraging. Just going through a couple more of the groups, just to let you know. In B5, where you got Rechard Roots, you got Franco Scribante, and then it looks like it's going to be a proper battle between the two other Scribantes, Aldo and Silvio. It's only 3/10 between the two of them. Aldo got a little bit of an edge of 41-1 against against the 41-5. So George Evans seems a little bit off the pace. Wade van Zumeren, he's got a fine 7/10, so he's got problems now with his car.
Yeah. I've been, while you've been rabbiting, I've been looking at the timing, the overalls. And it looks, if we start at who I've got in 10th position at the moment is Clint Wesson. And then George Evans, and in 9th, Anton Cronier, Wade van Zumeren, Silvio, Aldo, Franco, Christopherson, and then Rutz and Zili. That's my top 10.
I mean, that's just that's an impressive lineup. I mean, that can really make...
On the bubble, you've got Cristiano Verolini, but he's 0.7 off Clinton.
Clint
I
Weston.
don't see her being that M4 finding more speeds than... He's got to basically find 0.7 of a second now, assuming that Clint doesn't go faster. That ain't going to...
I mean, that's a pretty impressive lineup, Rodrigo, for a top 10 shootout, considering everything.
It was always going to be, but yes, just to confirm the depth and the strength of the whole field, even in adverse conditions, and when some of the heavy hitters had to withdraw, the top 10 is still very, very strong. Goes to show how revered Simola has become in South Africa, and the kind of machinery you guys can attract, and I can only see it becoming ever stronger from year to year. So 26, 27, 28, expect even better.
Okay, just some track news. We can let you know that the vehicle of Shiraz Bawa has been removed from the circuit or off the tyre barriers. They're just going to repair the tyre barriers at the moment, and then as soon as that is given the go-ahead, we will continue with qualifying 6.
Where was Shiraz sitting in class?
He was top. He was top of his class. Shiraz, let me just find my papers over here. No, he was second. He was second. He was second behind Gordon Nicholson. In the very impressive. I
don't think that car's going to make the school run tomorrow.
I don't think so.
That's the thing, and we've spoken about it at length over the weekend. That Shiraz drives from Cape Town with his family, brings everybody here, loves his run up the Simola Hillclimb. Car's got over 200,000 kilometers in a BMW M5 V10. And unfortunately, I don't, unless they have an extended holiday in Knysna, I don't see that car making its way back to Cape Town.
Part of the delay in terms of fixing tires, it's not as simple as just stacking the tires.
No, of course.
They strapped together with strapping. And then there's nuts and bolts and washers to hold them together roundy sideways like that. And so, it's a solid structure.
Yeah, listen, it is going to take a while. Maybe we'll get some pictures from the side of the track. But, as we've mentioned, the safety is paramount. And, of course, that is a very quick part of the circuit as well. And you've got to ensure that is 100% ready. So I'm sure the marshals are working furiously to get it all set up and sorted.
They've got some pre-built bundles, but they're not the lightest things, as our technical guys discovered when they needed to move things around a little bit to run wires and fibers and put places of cameras in it.
But most importantly, the barrier did its job. From where it is at that pace, it's not an ideal result, but at least we can continue and enjoy what's about to come up shortly. Because I think everyone now, it's been a tough day. It's been a long day, but coming up to it now. This is what we've been waiting for. Get through quali, and then let's see how the guys go in the shootout and in the class finals.
Yeah, I just want to get into A5, Diane Pariachi, Sean McKay, and Ridwan Babamla. Sean McKay and Diane Pariachi are very, very little between the two of them. So, there's lots to play for when it comes down to those class finals later on this afternoon.
I can't wait for this modified saloon shootout. I think it's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, well, I think, especially Rodrigo, when it comes to that top 10 shootout, it's basically a clean slate. So, you might have done a 37 or a 36 even, but then it becomes also very much a mental game.
Very much so, and this is you guys run a format that is very foreign to me, for example, here in Europe and many other hill climbs around the world, and it is a format I really enjoy. Offers a different type of challenge, and yes, it is a clean slate from that point onwards. You built up to that. There is pressure on the qualifying, and we are seeing who is being applied that pressure by now, and Van Zumeren, for example, and Rehard Roots, the people are on the bubble of the times they are feeling that pressure, but then it's one run and you have to make it count, and experience accounts for that. Even maybe as much as you being quick behind the wheel, you need to have the nerves of steel just to keep it all together and avoid the pool noodles, which are another challenge here in Simola. And okay, calm down, be fast, but make it count, because there's just this only one.
What do you explain to us how the format is sort of run in European hill climbing?
Sorry, it's depends on the country, but overall it's let's say you have the 2-3 runs, practice runs in Saturday, and then Sunday it's fully dedicated to the racing runs. Now let's say there are only 2 runs being held during the day. They would put both times combined, and the sum of those would be the final time for that respective driver. If there are more than 2 runs, you take the 2 fastest runs and combine that time to make for the final time. You never see the 3 times combining. It's always the two fastest. Some very select events, like the one I run in Croatia at the end of the year, we only consider the fastest run of the racing day, because we can have up to 5 runs in total.
That's quite fascinating to hear. I mean, at Simola over the years, and this year very, very much impressively, we have got a lot of OEMs bringing their vehicles, the likes of Suzuki, VW, we've got Opel, MG, Alfa Romeo, Mercedes-Benz. Do you have a lot of stock cars that take part in these events, or is it all just modified?
All modified. That's the only country where they have classes for the stock cars are in UK, because they run a different kind of hill climbs. Hill climbing for them, it's not exactly run on public roads and mountain passes. They have these sort of closed off roads, like you guys see in Goodwood, which is pretty much the driveway of some guy. Not that the Duke is some guy, but you guys can understand me. But yes, and only in UK, only a couple years ago, they allowed them to use the public roads for hill climbing, and no one has followed that path by now. But other than that, no. In Europe, let me remember the question, just so
all just modified.
Can reply properly. No, yeah, about the stock and modified. No, other than that, you come to main Europe, and everyone needs a proper roll cage, and they need to be within the FIA safety parameters, or else they won't be allowed to run at all.
Here in South Africa, I mean, yes, we've got the Porsches of the world. We've got a couple of GT3 cars that we see. But, you know, the real battle at the front is usually between the Nissan GTR, no matter which spec they are. Whereas in Europe, it is much more the European kind of cars. Probably Porsche is predominantly the vehicle of choice.
Very much so, depending on the country. But yes, the European cars take precedence. Although at the very top, the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo base is wildly popular. Also because it comes from the rallying days, and because Rally Art and some of the other big tuners, when it comes to Lancer Evo cars, were based here in Europe. There's also a big Subaru Impreza scene when it comes to hill climb cars. But yes, the Porsche GT3 cars are wildly popular. At any given national level race, you will see a minimum of, let's say, 4 or 5 911 GT3 units, varying generations. But for example, in Italy, where the GTs reign supreme, you can see, let's say, 4 or 5 new 992 units already running, some 488 challenge Evos. I know some guys are already working on 296s to bring Lamborghini Huracan GT3s and stuff like that. On the GT side, depending on the country, we are very well served. But then again, geographically, we have that advantage because they are produced right around the corner. But yes, you guys have a big advantage when it comes to the JDM stuff. Mainly because you guys have the wheel on the exact same side the Japanese guys put them originally. So you guys have the GTRs, you guys have even the Lotus, which are surprising, but because there was a big Lotus scene in Japan, it sort of transferred to South Africa. To a big power rotary car to complete the field, and to add that extra spice with a rotary engine. Or maybe you guys can invite Rob Them in the States to come with his 4-wheel drive rotary car or something like that. But for the whole field to be complete when it comes to the JDM, very unique stuff you guys can have in Simola. That's the only jewel missing. But yeah, between both continents, that's where the big differences lie. Now, the other big difference, it's when it comes to the fact that Simola, it's very unique in its layout. It's pretty much a drag race with some corners thrown in the middle. So it's very much a power hill climb. It's very dependent on power. So the kind of cars that are built for the European hill climbs and what you guys have down there differ very much on that aspect, because we focus way more on having lightweight cars with a bit less power. Nowadays, it's a lot of power still, but they are way more focused on having very lightweight chassis, and you guys are more focused on having these ultimate big power cars. And that's also why a base like the GTR gets so popular. What you guys won't probably see down there being super competitive is it's some strange stuff like we have here, like the highly prepared Alfa Romeo 4Cs or the Fiat X19s, which then are real Oswald and are very competitive here, where we have some guys racing them with naturally aspirated engines with 350 horsepower, but then again with pretty much 600 kilos of total weight.
Impressive. I mean, I'd love to go to a international hill climb event. I mean, I've watched on Hill Climb Monsters, some of the footage, but Simola is just so special, and you just feel like, okay, maybe go and explore, go and see it, because it is a completely different form of racing, that I'm used to, and that is circuit racing.
Well, the Rodrigo touched on a couple of points there. One, which is probably the most significant, is the format where we go into the class final and shootout with 0 time. You qualify, you then get into the race, and you've now got to deliver. And I was just looking at some of the times, and Mr. Christofferson did a 38.2 versus, and he's qualified.
39.2, yeah.
No, 38.2, but he hit a...
No,
sorry, 39.2, my eyes are a bit trot. He hit a thing, and that time could well be a winning time.
Yeah, it could be. Okay, track action. Well done to the Simola Marshals for clearing up all of the debris and putting the safety barriers back. We are into Q2. That is Paige Lindenberg, A7. And looking at her category, yeah, she's safe. She seems to be safe in 3rd position at the moment. Her nearest competitor in 4th place needs to find 2 seconds, and that is the man who's on track at the moment. At the bottom, Joshua O'Callaghan.
So this should basically see that Paige can do enough. She should be through.
So Paige's fastest time over the course of the weekend, a 51.593. Joshua 53.518. It's actually great that they're on the track at the same time and actually fighting.
Super cool. Yeah.
51.4. That's her fastest time.
Okay.
For Paige Lindenberg. Garth McIntosh in the McLaren.
He's got to do it now.
Yeah, let's see what Josh Callahan can do. .3, so that's 8/10 slower than he's been. So that top 3 definitely sorted out with McIntosh, Eugene Herbert. Even though he's still got a run to go, he's safe. So Garth McIntosh in that McLaren, super fast. Dion Smith is out on track, also in A7, but he's got to find, well, a good part of 11 seconds.
This might be
a touch ambitious. That's Paul Malachi out there. He's having the extra run because his time, his run was compromised.
Natalie Weston 181 k's through the Suzuki Speed Trap, not hanging about.
Eugene Herbert sitting second in that class, and a full second ahead of Paige Lindenberg, but good 3.5 seconds slower than Garth McIntosh in the 720S.
Natalie Weston just posted a 48.4. How does that rank in what she's done over the course of the weekend?
Second slower than her fastest. Let's watch Clint Weston, bottom of your screen. Very quick. His fastest time so far is a 43.356. He wants a 42.5 in order to beat JP van der Wald's top time. He came through a pretty sideways last run.
That's neat.
43.7, so not his fastest time, but he's still got another chance. Ashley Oldfield in the MG that goes very well for 20 seconds. And then just mysteriously loses a tremendous amount of power.
I still think he should have run with a soft top on.
Would mess up his hair.
Scissor doors in a soft top.
I mean,
Peculiar design.
It looks the
Strange.
part. It just unfortunately hasn't gone the part this weekend. But would you buy this car to do a hill climb?
Well, that's his fastest time of the weekend, so well done. 48.799. And probably his last run for Simola 2025.
look, it's actually not that bad if you take, it's like half a second off and about a whole lot of money slower than Natalie.
Yeah, not...
True.
Would be pretty interesting to see if it could maintain its full power all the way up the hill, though. That I think that is what is been the slightly disappointing part
You
of
know
that
what
car.
they say about ifs and,
Ifs and
or
buts.
Paul Munro in the Supra. What is his chances looking like for a class final?
Yeah, just seeing Guy Davies putting in a 52.3, and looking at Paul Munro. I'll just find my right sheets over here.
He's just done a 49.510. So when we get a
Okay.
gap, yeah. Pete Potgieter has to make up some time. He was looking
Yeah,
for about a
he's-
second.
Yeah, he's got to find
Time to
something.
crank on the sport mode.
I'm just trying to see where Paul Munro is. He's with Pete Potgieter as well. Do you think I can find it on my sheet of paper? Ah, there we go. Paul Munro is looking good. He's in second place with a 48.9, and he posted there 49.5. So, yeah, it could be track conditions, could be a whole host of elements, but he's safe over there. Pete Potgieter's got to find 1.8 seconds on this run to get ahead of Guy Davies. Don't think it's going to happen.
Well, I'm thinking about Lazarus, and nobody thought that he would make a comeback, but he did. I love that sound.
That was a pretty decent,
was a
decent
good launch.
start. And I mean, don't forget, this car doesn't have launch control.
Yeah, Pete's looking a little bit racy here.
Cristiano Verolini.
He's knocking on the door of, if he can sort of find about a second, he could make it into the top 10.
Into the top
shootout.
10, yeah.
So
He's been really going well. He's on a 44 dead is his fastest time.
he needs to get under a 43. So he'll be hoping.
Yeah. So this is a good run from Pete Potgieter. Yeah, it's not going to be enough. Although, full 7/10 faster than he's been. So I think he'll be very, very happy with
Yeah,
that.
nice way to finish
Yeah,
things
nice
off.
way to finish the weekend.
Oh, Cristiano didn't make, didn't do what he wanted to.
Yeah, 44.4.
Waiting for redrifting it there. 46.3.
very difficult for the sound engineers with some of the snap, crackle and bomb of the big cars and the sounds of silence
for the rest. Ernest Page going up in his 1200 Suzuki. Oh, that's pushing it. And Francis Cousins and the Abarth all fighting for honours as well. Car 57 time deleted for exceeding track limits.
That's Cristiano.
Far for Ernest Page in the Swift.
Abarth crosses over car number 52, the Alfa Romeo 4C.
Oh, there goes the sunshine.
So it's just interesting to note the Swift Sport and the Abarth quite similar.
Very similar, yeah.
Top speed through the Suzuki Speed Trap.
Little Suzuki Jimny.
Almost put that thing up on two wheels there.
Tremendous amount of roll.
There's a Quattro Formaggio.
Yeah, the Alfa Romeo Stelvio Janus Janse van Rensburg. He's got a tussle with the Nissan Patrol.
What was Sean? Oh, getting a bit out of shape there. What is Sean Nurse's fastest time of the weekend in the Jimny? Because that looked pretty quick in the last run.
106.478.
So slightly off. This last run was a 106.5. So small bit, but yeah, I think that's probably the car being pushed to the absolute limit.
It's only 2 seconds slower than the Swift.
I know, it's quite impressive actually.
Yeah, they're little, wow, completely different aerodynamic kind of cars. So we've got a couple more of the, I suppose, the lighter sounding cars to come, and then we'll start getting into some of the lots of pops and bangs and final runs for some of the cars and glory for others.
Be rewarded with every swipe. Earn up to 30 cents per litre cash back on fuel when you swipe your new BP Rewards card and Smart Shopper card together. Plus, get 1% cash back on shop purchases when you swipe your BP Rewards card at BP Express. Join BP Rewards quick.
BP, everyday brighter.
Could use. It comes from his rival, JP.
Yeah.
He says in road cars class, of course, we are not allowed to use tyre warmers. He says it makes it very tricky, especially when there are delays as the tyres cool down. He says a little trick we do is to left foot brake the whole way back to the pits as the heat goes into the rims. You can gain a little bit of temperature.
I'd say it's a trick, and he's trying to make sure that his record stays intact, because that's what I would do.
Yeah, when both JP and Richard Roots won that standard class, there was all sorts of interesting things that they did to maximize the performance of the car. That's a lot of horsepower.
It's a lot of car.
And Arnold Duplessis actually set his fastest time in the last qualifying session. So, yeah, he's pushing as hard as he can in that. I actually have no idea how much that weighs, but that must be very, very heavy, that missile control.
I think it's one of the super cool elements of Simola is that you can have something that weighs about as much as the Titanic with a V8 motor in it going up the hill at the same time as a Ford Fiesta, and they compete at times. It's all within a few seconds of each other, and it's a race. You know, it's fantastic. 57.7.
57.7, not his fastest time. Okay, I can hear some noise. Oh, we got the lovely Honda.
Six and a front wheel drive car. Was close on the edge there.
Just waiting for Owen's time. Just keep talking.
Steve Clark slowing down.
Yeah,
that doesn't look good. That just hasn't gone according to plan. It looked hot right up until this point, and slowing down quite dramatically. It's very unfortunate.
Definitely going to be some yellow flags shown.
Got the
pulled right out. There we go.
So he'll get his.
He'll get a run again.
Yeah.
That Nissan seems to have lost all drive. Oh, he's found a gear. But even going up the straight, it just sounded like it was lifting off.
His speed trap time was 171, which I thought was for what that car should do way off.
Yeah.
He should have. I think last run he was up at about 210-ish.
So about 40 k's an hour off of what he could do through the trap.
But the Krause, what a pleasure this thing is.
No, it's not going to go.
Never say
never. It is
never.
going to go.
Yeah, that's Steve Clark. You can get anything to move eventually.
You had your competition about the best wheels. Who's got the best livery, Colin?
I hadn't even thought of that. Let me apply my mind.
Okay. Stay tuned.
Robbie Walker.
Gary Martins has a very cool one.
Yeah, yeah. Somehow I also like red cars.
Venom.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that also doesn't sound great. The gremlins creep in this time of the day. So many runs. Yeah, that's unfortunately the end of that one.
Now I wonder if he could do a U-turn
And roll back down.
use the power of gravity.
Yeah.
Okay, so we haven't had any change in the our modified saloon top 10. I was thinking that Stevie Clark might be able to get into a 42s. That doesn't look like it's happening. Well, it didn't.
And that Tanqueray didn't appear.
So at the moment, it's still looking like Zeely, Roots, Christofferson, Scribanti, Van Zimmeren, Cronje, Evans, and Weston.
You know what I mean? And you got to feel for Butter Kraus because, you know, that car would have qualified in his class. So, you know, maybe they can get it back and fix whatever is wrong with it so he can still take part in the class final.
Yeah, he's in B4.
Yeah. With Peter Zeely, Leonard Archer, yeah, those are the three that are left. Marshall's doing a really, really efficient job at his red flag situation. They're going to pull that car all the way to the top and hopefully get it back to the pits so that they can check it out and see if he has a chance to go into the class finals.
You know, I'm very impressed by the level of marshalling and
Incredible.
what they do, you know, being out in the sun the whole day, and yesterday in what was very cool and Friday somewhat moist, and they do a really good job, and it's a thankless task actually, but without marshals we wouldn't have motor racing, so thank you all the marshals all over the world. Nice perspective of the bridge corner.
Yeah.
You realize how long that corner is and how easy it is to start running out of road towards around about where they are now.
And then now you can see also the steepness of that hill. Hearing some great applause for the marshals doing their job. Well done.
It's a lovely day outside today.
So we should get proceedings underway in the next couple of minutes or next minute or so. They've just got to clear this car off the track. Also maybe just check if there's any debris on the track as well, get that off. Coming across the finish line, and then maybe even tow it all the way back to pit as it is. Incredibly done. If you sit there and, I mean, that's what you've got to love about technology. The timing just continued. It was a 4-minute 18.
That's a record for any marshal in a Hilux.
All right.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting.
Here comes Aldo Scribante, and then he should be followed by his brother. And these two are now fighting for honours in the class. That looks like brand spanking new tyres.
Silvia's got it going. 221 speed is very good.
Aldo Scribante 40.7.
Wow.
Let's see what Silvio Scribante can do.
Reggie Ritz 241 through the traps. Oh no.
That was very quick looking.
Dead.
38 bad.
That's quick, Rodrigo.
Where's Gary
Oh,
Martin
yeah.
sitting
Oh,
in
yeah.
the class, because he's got a bit of panel
Yeah.
beating to do now that he's rubbed it on the fence there.
247 for the Zoomer. Holy moly.
Wow, that's
Very
fast.
quick.
Oh, but something happened.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I think it was his last run for Gary Martin's, not in the top 3 in his category. That was a super run from Aldo Scribante. Really, really. Oh, and Silvio as well.
He
hit the bollard.
Yeah. So I'm chuffed with Aldo's time, but no, Silvio went slower than he's been before.
Yeah.
Plenty quick. 235.
Yeah.
Yeah, 39.89. I mean, listen, that's nearly 2 seconds slower than Richard Rutz.
Franco continues 39.
lots of pool noodle. I wonder if the marshal will give it a yellow flag, because that looks like that pool noodle right in the middle of the circuit.
Looks like Byron Mitchell's on a bit of a fly here, so it would be quite disappointing if his run had to be slowed down or scrapped. But let's see how this plays out.
I think he just drove straight over it. Oh, there it is. Wow. Super time, 41.3 for Byron Mitchell. There we go. I think that's the end of all of the qualifying sessions. Of course, up next will be the class final. They'll just work out whoever has qualified in each of the classes. Rodrigo, I mean, there's some fascinating. We saw Peter Zeely didn't go out on that run, but Aldo Scribante, I mean, that was his fastest time, and just unfortunately picking up one of the policemen and getting the lap nullified.
For Aldo, that was the bad news, but we have seen him telling us that he had some issues and he wasn't able to recreate the same pace he had last year. But so on the other side, the positive note here is that even while the run was disqualified, he finally showed the same kind of pace he had last year. So they probably solved the technical issues they were having with their S4. The RS3 of his brother, it's keeping up the rhythm and it's not showing signs of fragility, which is a great sign for the racing we still have yet to come. And we saw Peter skipping this one, rightfully so. He has a tremendous time and the advantage is on his court. We finally saw Reinhard Roots bringing a proper time and a 38 dead. Once again, we came back to the same conversation. If on Friday Reinhard was told that he would do a 38 dead, he would be very happy. And right now he's on a scenario where he's still half a second from the top guy. So which is funny. But then we are still seeing Franco with a high 39, which, well, they may be sandbagging, who knows, but maybe concerning too there. We did not see Anton Cronier on this run. Maybe tactical, maybe some issue. We don't know. Gary Martin still seems to be with a lot of bad luck in this edition. We haven't seen him have a clean run for I don't know how many runs ago. But probably the more worrying two cars on this run were the R35 from Rospa and the Van Zumren's R34 because both had what seems to be like some big issues, and hopefully they can come back in full force, but doesn't seem that good from the outside.
Yeah, a couple of issues there as well. Quite a few DQs, but and I think Aldo, he knows what's in that car now.
Yeah.
You know, yes, as we know, when it comes to Franco Scribante, he's been lurking in those 39s, just under the 40s, but we haven't seen anything more. And there could be a lot more to come. We don't know, but he hasn't, unless that is his hand. And, maybe that is where the car's potential is. But Aldo's not far off that now.
Yeah, it's pretty close between the two of them. Obviously a bigger gap with Reggie Roots, but I don't know with Franco if he is playing or not, because it's been consistently high 39s, low 40s. We haven't seen any signs, and the sectors are pretty much consistent. So if it is a sandbag and he is playing tactics, it's a masterstroke.
Yeah, we can only wait and see over the next hour or so.
Yeah. Time will reveal all.
Johan Christofferson, another. Yes, the lap got deleted, but a 39.2. And just spectacular to watch as well.
This is where Johan shines, and this is what has separated him from a lot of the rallycross drivers in the last years, when he really established his the dominance over the sport. It's when it counts, he can always find another tenth, and then another tenth, and then another tenth, while others plateau. He somehow sees a little bit of extra centimeters to shave off of some trajectory or something like that, and he can take it. Yes, he is always playing around with the pool noodles, and he can have a run disqualified. But I put money in that when it really counts on the top 10 shootout, he will have a clean and very, very fast run.
Okay, so we're getting some timing coming up on our screen. We've got Simpiwe Mokhlachlo and Casey Enza Smith. They are going to be C1. Byron Mitchell and Alan Mayer, they're going to be in C2. And of course, as it gets populated, we'll bring you all of the drivers that'll take part in the class final. We have a class final that'll take place amongst the various category contestants, and then of course the road and supercar shootout, the modified saloon shootout, and the single seat and sports car shootout. That is what we still have for this afternoon. So it's amazing how quickly this event always seems to go. Feels like we just arrived.
Yeah, and there's a lot of big things to play for right now, because it all comes down to this, but it's done so quickly. So if you having a bad 10 minutes, that could affect and leave you leaving Knysna with a lot of frustration, because it all comes down to this now and making sure that you've got the BMT.
Woohoo! King of the Hill class finals coming up. It is, this is where it starts getting very, very tense, and everything's back to zero.
Yeah.
That's what's also fascinating. And, earlier on, Rodrigo was saying that in Europe they don't really run this kind of a format. It's just combined times. Now it's, I've made it into the class, but anything can happen.
Yeah. When it takes all knockout, there's no ifs, buts, or maybes. You've got to make it count now in your run.
Yeah, we got to hope that Butter Krause's car hopefully will be able to take part in the class final a little bit later. And then also, I cannot wait to see the top 10 for that shootout. So as soon as Eric brings those sheets to us, we'll be able to pass it on to you. But we wait now in anticipation. And I think they're going to bring out the single-seaters first for that class final.
Yeah, it looks like the pit lane is having to get a little bit reorganized to try and get the formations right. And again, just a big thumbs up to the marshals and organizers, because been a lot of challenges, but we in the final push, and we're looking forward to how the whole event's going to unfold. But these guys play a pivotal role in making sure that the entertainment value is there for all of us, and obviously motorsports it's difficult to keep it running on schedule, but the sun's still up and we've still got a bit of racing left, so a lot of things to be positive about.
Yeah, and outstanding work from everybody. And also with the single seaters, those cars don't go through the estate because they never get over the bumps, so they have to wait for all of them to finish, and then they roll themselves down the hill. So proceedings will start shortly. Let's go. Oh, where are our papers where we put our predictions down? No, they could be that side. 37-2. I think that was. No, 37-7 is what Rodrigo. So I suppose we have to make some adjustments now.
Guess so. But no, not really. I can't adjust. That was my prediction. I simply was wrong by at least 2/10. It's mathematically, maybe I was still the one that was closer because Colin went for a 37 dead, which is 5/10 away from what Peter did. But let's all be honest, there was still some time in that 37.5 that Peter did around Simola, which raises another point, because we all saw pretty closely both that 37.5 that Peter did and the 38 that Rehard did, and I have my own opinion, but I want to ask you guys which one of those runs the driver seems to be more at the limit of the car.
That's a good question.
Yeah, I must be honest. I think Peter has that car set up so beautifully, but he definitely is pushing it very, very hard. I've seen Rehard push a lot harder than that 38. That to me was a very, very smooth run from Rehard. So I think Rehard probably could push a little bit more, but whether or not he can get to Peter Zeele's time remains to be seen. But I think Peter Zeele has just hooked up everything in that car, and his driving has just been impeccable.
Yeah, it's a tough one because, if you look at it, I mean, running a perfect run up the hill or a lap in any form of motorsport, there's always a little bit more you can do or find, whether it's set up or on the driver's side, brake later, accelerate harder. But I agree with you, Sasha. I think for Zeele, I mean, he could probably find a little bit more time, but I don't think too much more based on conditions and how the car's set up. But I think Reggie Roots, as a man that's very, very brave, I think his bravery could find more time off of his time. Like you said, I don't think he'll potentially get to Zeele's time, but he will definitely find more time as to what he's put up so far this weekend. Your thoughts, Rodrigo?
I agree with you to some extent, but from the outside, and we can only speak from that. I have to say that Rehard seemed more on the limits of the GTR than Peter seemed at the limits of the MR2. Now, this is only from the outside, and it can always deceive you in some way, shape, or form. And the GTRs, for you to extract times from them, you really have to lean onto those chassis, and they are heavy, so there's some kind of cumbersome movement to them when you are getting to the limits. But I have to go with what my eyes told me there, and the MR2 seemed quite more soft, and everything seemed a bit easier to reach that 37.5 than the 38 that Rehard did. But I'll happily be wrong when everything is said and done, and Rehard may prove me entirely wrong and pulls that last trick out of the back.
We all just wait in anticipation. Anything could still happen.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got Colin out in the pits as we get ready for the single seat and sports prototype class final. Colin, what you got for us?
How old are you?
Peter, no, I'm not going to ask you how old you are, but you offloaded the car, and from offloading, you've been quick and on it. The fastest car in modified saloons. Your fastest time by far.
By a second.
You've got to feel reasonably confident going into class final and shootout with that time.
Yes, I do. So I've just checked with the officials. A record can be run. It must be run in a competition. So the class final and the final is a competition. because I contemplated going a little bit slower in the class final to save the car. But I'm going to give it now.
What is that record that you're pushing for at the moment?
I think it's 38.15.
Comfortably under that at the moment.
Correct. But then I need to get it a clean run, because that was a clean run.
And, you know, in the commentary booth, it's very easy for us sitting on our bums watching through a monitor. It seemed that you did have some time left, you left some time on the table.
With a 37.5. Very little. No, that was a good run. You know, and you also don't know what the track's going to do. It's getting colder now. But no, not much more.
Awesome. Peter, all the very best for the finals and your lap record.
Thank you, Colin.
Thank you. Right, we've got Richard Rutz over here, but before we go deep into the garage, we're going to try and have a quick word with Franco Scribanti. See if we can get in here. Quick word, Franco. You go into class finals at the moment, not exactly where you want to be.
No, look, this is nowhere where we want to be. We are stuck in I don't know what you want to call it.
Between a rock and a hard place?
Something like that, yeah, and we can't get out of it.
And but the guys, they'll find some stuff in there and you'll get out, find something?
No, we've been looking all day, and we're battling for grip. There's definitely grip out there because the times are out there. You know, we did a lot of changes to this car to get it over the bumps, because we were always braking over the bumps, and in that we've lost it somewhere, and we've got to find our way back. But as we stand, we are not finding it.
Well, I hope you do find it. Good luck.
We don't give up, so we'll keep on trying, Colin.
Never give up. Thanks. Right, let's go and have a word with Richard Rutz, who's deep in the pit lane. Sorry to do this to you, Patrick, but I was going to try and get to him here quietly on his phone. Richard, we going to the finals now. How are you feeling about it?
I'm feeling good, Colin. The car's great, brilliant. We're doing some fine minor tweaks. Peter had a massive time there. Yeah, I don't think we could quite get to that time, but you know, a lot of things can happen. The conditions are changing. It's getting hotter now. And then it's suddenly going to get cool quickly, you know. So I think to preempt tire pressures, things like that is going to be quite important. But we're in it. I'm confident. The car's good.
There was a bit of discussion earlier about the conditions. You've got your tyre warmers on. They are the sticky tyres. What makes the track faster and slower?
On the start line, it seems that if the track cools down, the grip just goes out the window. So it's quite hard for us to anticipate the launch, you know. Like now I bogged in the last one because we pulled it back a little bit, but it's so much. It's like 25 Newton meters is the difference between it bogging and it biting, you know. So you really just have to judge and see what's going to happen there. But I think it's going to stay consistent for now on. So yeah, just holding thumbs.
When we go to the top 10 shootout, the sun is going to disappear behind the mountain and the temperature just drops. Good for air temperature down, good for power. And the heat should stay in the tar.
Yeah, I think the tar will stay warm, and if the air comes down the valley, the cold air, it's always good for the turbos. But unfortunately, it's all turbos around us, you know. But yeah, it's nothing like cranking some boost in cold air.
Good luck and everything of the best. Thanks for chatting to us.
Thank you.
Right, let's see if we can talk to Silvio and Aldo. They might be out here. Let's take a quick, swift walk as we come out of the pits here. We don't see them. There's Wade here. I'm not having much luck at all. We found Wade. Quick word, Wade. Everything good with the car? Or are you battling a problem?
Battling with the problems with the power, the battery power. It's there, then it's gone, and then the car cuts out in one go. Then so battling to find the problem, but we're searching for it. We swapped the alternator again, but now it seems we still have some issue somewhere.
Loose wire somewhere?
we're trying, we're checking, but hopefully we can sort it out.
Awesome. Thank you very much for chatting. Good luck. Have fun. Zeely car with an aero. Yeah, the tires are definitely, the warmers are on and they're getting warm. I'm going to leave you for a while as I go down the pit lane to talk to some of the guys involved on the standard cars. So I'm going to have a word with Clint Weston. So we'll come back in a couple of minutes and have a chat. But before we do that, just walking down the pit lane is Aldo Scribanti. Let's grab him. Everybody else has moved around. Quick word, Aldo, we're going to class final and then the shootout. How are you feeling?
Well, I think more confident after the last run. We did our best time of the weekend, but Murphy's Law, I hit a cone, deleted time. So, yeah, back to the drawing board. Get the line right and, we'll try hard in the class final. I think we made the class final. I'm not 100% sure.
I think so as well. I think you also in the top 10 shootout. The launch you seem to have got aced.
Yeah, we've made a few adjustments on the first to second, the millisecond gap, and between first and second we're happier now. It's much more comfortable for me as a driver.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for chatting to us. Everything the best. Good luck.
Thank you, Colin.
While we're here, we may as well see if we can grab Byron Mitchell. I'm going to just dive in, as they say. You didn't shift on the right speed, he says. What else has he picked apart, Byron?
We're just going through the lap, trying to see where we can improve. But so far, I think everything's going all right. We just lost a bit of top end in the last run, so we're just trying to work out why. We're just trying to see.
Are you feeling comfortable going into the class and shootout?
Yeah, well, the car's felt the best it's been the whole weekend. I mean, that last run on my side was probably it felt really good. But we're struggling. We're about 8 k's an hour down from where we were yesterday and this morning, and we don't
That's
know
a
why.
lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. So we don't know why. So we're just trying to go through the data and see if we can find anything that's changed or something. Guys are actually trying to cool the engine down with the air hose here, see if that'll help.
Well, good luck. Hope you find it.
Cool. Thanks, man.
Thanks for chatting. Be fast. And then... Right. On that note, I'm going to hand you back to the guys in the studio, and I'm going to walk all the way down to the bottom and talk to some people in the standard production class.
Thanks, Colin. It is now 5 minutes past 4 local time here in South Africa, and the change in the sunshine on the track, I think, is going to be significant because that top 10 shootout is going to be last, so it's going to definitely change the dynamics for all of these drivers.
Yeah, that's one thing for certain. I think if you were pushing in the last qualifier yesterday, you'd be as close as possible to what the conditions will be like today. So if you skip that one out, you might not have as much info as some of the guys that did push on in that last session. It's a little bit later than obviously we were hoping it would be, but tricky. What is interesting for me is if you all the drivers that Colin spoke to, there's every single one of them has a different body language, a different outlook to how things are going. There's frustration, there's nervous energy. A couple of drivers are very relaxed, which I think is the best way to go, and you're not wearing yourself out waiting for your final to get going. So that the cooler and calmer you can be, the better. But the thing that makes me tense and nervous is that we're going into a final and there's still guys looking for problems and making changes. And I mean, when you're going now with one run, winner takes all, do you want to be doing adjustments and changes? Because sometimes things can go the other way and it can seesaw, where you might improve on top end, for example, but lose on drive. And you've got to try and find the best balance. But to be looking now after all these sessions and trying to find a problem or backtracking, you could get a little bit lost.
Yeah, it is. It's so difficult. Rodrigo, listening to Franco Scribante, I mean, it seems as though that is where their performance is. And you know, basically you've got 2 runs left at the Simola Hillclimb for 2025. I mean, do you go for something completely different, or you just sit there and say, you know what, we're going to have to come back next year and make sure that we are better prepared?
It is a tricky spot to be in, and we sort of got an answer to my question about them either set banging or that being the current limit of where the car is, and if they are finding some issues where that's the current limit, well, we have seen that GTR going much faster in other years, so they are facing some issue they can't solve in the meanwhile, and it's not in this half an hour to the next run that they'll easily get it solved. But if there is a team that can take care of it, it is Marco and the rest of the Scribante guys. They'll take care of it. And from our side, I think I can speak to you for all of us that we would want that R35 in full force in these last couple runs. It was like Clifford said, it was interesting to see the body language of everyone, and I always find it funny to hear Peter talk, because he's ever the softly spoken gentleman that never really gives that much away, and he seemed pretty relaxed, although his position allows for it. Also, going in favor of some of my argument, we saw Rehard saying that could not much. We sort of saw him resigned to that 38 in some way, shape, or form. But we'll have to see what happens from now on. It's a gamble, and we have the temperatures decreasing, and who knows?
Yeah, but also, I mean, how significant is it where Rehard said that you know, he's sort of bogged down? You know, could that cost him, you know, a couple of tenths?
It could, yeah. I mean, we know that the first sector is important. We've seen that the launch is pivotal or critical in terms of putting a good time together. So, yeah, it could be the difference, but we'll only know when he launches it off the line for sure.
So we are looking at the single-seater and sports prototypes. That's going to be the class final. Just we've got all of the times of everybody. Let's and as soon as we've got clarification as to who's going to go out there, we will let you know. But let's cross back to Colin. I think he's made his way to the bottom of the pit lane.
I had a very brief look at the top 10 shootout, and Clint Weston, you in the saloon car top 10 shootout. You didn't expect that, did you?
I think if I can maybe be a little bit overconfident, I think coming up to the event, I sort of knew, because this car is just so damn good, and I knew that we were going to be somewhere there, and so I'm delighted to obviously be there. You know, car's just been performing. It's been very consistent. It's pretty much the conditions and the surface that has really played the game here. We've either been slower or we've been faster, and through the conditions, the weather, with the sun and the cold in the morning, it's generally changed it. Otherwise, the car has just remained the same, consistent.
Anything you would have done differently if you had to rewind time?
Yeah, I think I would rather have gone a little bit smoother, I think, with this car, but it's difficult to find that extent where you're pushing it, but you're having to manage the power like this, and it's just a matter of time before you can really fine tune, and that's all I've been chasing for, is just to fine tune it, and there I see where the time is, but. It's not always easy and possible to do that.
It's never easy. Thank you very much for chatting to us, and good luck for the shootout and the class finals.
Thanks very much, and I think before this ends, I would I pay all respect to the Joubert family. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Clint. We were looking for Ashley, but he seems to have disappeared. I just wanted to see the trick with these doors again and the soft top, but he has disappeared. So for now, we will go back to the studio.
Thanks, Colin, and much appreciated words from Clint Weston. Looking at the modified saloons, sure, it's going to be tight. You know, it's going to be tight with Peter Zili, Richard Roots, and of course even Johan Christoffersen. You know, on a one-lap shootout, he might not be able to get into the 37s, but
Yeah, so that
he could post down a marker and put a lot of pressure on everybody else.
So I mean, that's when we spoke to Rodrigo earlier, he said, that's what Christoffersen does, is he finds tenths and he finds tenths, but he only needs 2 tenths to break down into another bracket. And I mean, if he's a good and a good driver that has massive BMT, which we know he's a good driver already, it's definitely on the cards. I wouldn't say impossible. There are obviously conditions in that they come into play, but at the end of the day, if you can hook it all up and connect all the dots, it can be on. And I think he's a guy that, I mean, he's entertained us, but I think he's not a guy that likes to come here and play around and finish second or third. He's also got his own personal achievements that he wants to take away from the hill. So that I'm excited for. I also liked when Colin was chatting to Clint Weston, who's like one of my favorite drivers because he just lets it hang so loose. But very confident and almost cocky with the way he said that he expected a good result coming here, but a massive mountain to climb because he's had very little time in this car, very little consistent conditions, but he's still backing himself, and you've got to love that about these guys that are at the top levels. They have the confidence and just back themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it's an outstanding performance. Is there a possibility, Rodrigo, that an electric car could win the King of the Hill at Simola 2025?
Yes, realistically, yes. It is it is one shot, and it only takes right now. If logic prevailed, it would only take two drivers to make some small mistake, and Johan being Johan, he would be there to pounce on the opportunity right away. So chances are not ultra favorable, but are not that low either. We're talking maybe a 15% chance. Well, if you want to bet your money, there are way worse odds than that. But maybe it can be the year an electric car wins. Maybe we'll see that happen in the future. I think we are laying some new groundwork here with this, and maybe it will open up the doors for some more high performance EVs to come in the future. Who knows? Volkswagen Motorsport even has another one way more suited for hill climbs even. Maybe I'm leaving here just a suggestion for someone out there to pick up on, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's just a fascinating end to Simola 2025 with just the array of cars that we have getting into this top 10 shootout, and as you mentioned earlier, Clifford, it's that BMT. That's what it comes down to. They've done all of the work. All of those drivers are incredibly accomplished. There's no one amongst them that can't go out and put in even a better time that they've done. And once that first marker is down, then it's a question, I've looked at the timing screen, or everyone's going to be aware of what they have to do to go and post.
For sure. Pressure's a funny thing, and if you're the first guy out in your class and you have a flyer, first of all, you're probably third in your class. You've got nothing to lose because you know what the marker is and you give it a full go. But if you're sitting second or third and that first time is pretty much on your limit, you have the potential to make a mistake. And like Rodrigo said, 2 small mistakes, just 2 slight ones. You brake too early, you get on the gas too early and the car gets unsettled. That's it, it's done, and the funny thing with motorsport, and I always say this to everyone else, that I sound like a broken record. I think all my friends will throw a brick at me when I get home, but motorsport is a funny thing, but it's a very cruel sport because you are there alone. I mean, the team's done everything they can now to prep the cars and get them ready on the line, but then it's up to the driver. And in any other sport, you can play soccer, you can play cricket, rugby. If you're having a bad game but your team plays well, you can still win. But at this level where the competition is so close, if you're having a bad day, chances are you're not going to win much. So it's very cruel and it's very tense. I'm actually psyching myself out here. on a side note, on Sasha's earlier comment, and I'm going to admit this right now because I'm set in my ways and I'm getting older, but I don't know if I'm ready for an electric car to win Simola. I'm still a petrol guy. I like noise. So that's going to be a massive shift and adjustment for me, much like when cell phones were introduced to my grandparents. So it's a bit tough for me right now.
Listen, I'm just saying that there is the potential that could happen. Now you've made me lose my train of thought because I was going to ask Rodrigo, I think, a very significant question.
Oh no!
But I cannot remember what. The one thing I was going to say is, yes, we could talk about the change in temperature, Rodrigo, but it's actually the same for everyone.
Yeah.
And those in the modifieds, they've got the tire warmers. So whatever the conditions are, it basically is a level playing field.
It is. At the end of the day, it will be the same road for everyone. At the very most, what can happen is something happening and some car just being stuck on the start line for more time, so it can get colder that way. But at this point, there are less cars going up, so the chances for that are lower too. So, at the end of the day, yes, it's mainly a level playing field for everyone. It will come down way more to how they mentally deal with the fact it's a single run to decide everything than any of the other technical questions we can pose, apart from a big problem during a run, of course. But yes, what we are seeing now, it's something we also see in hillclimb racing as a whole, as a sport, because as Clifford said, motorsports are cruel, but hillclimb racing, it's probably that bit more crueler than the other types of motorsport, because it is a single run deciding everything, and it takes a little small mistake to just throw everything away. You miss a trajectory in some kind of way, you overshoot. Normally this is the kind of mistake we see more. It's someone going for a very fast time and overshooting some braking point and then messing up the next 2-3 corners, and there it goes down the drain. So let's see who deals with the pressure to the next level. And we see Christopherson already on track.
Yeah, it's Johan Christopherson already going on track. This is the class final for this category. Wow, look at those tire marks he left.
That black line.
That is just magnificent to watch. Johan Christopherson. Diane Padiachi. That was a 39.1 from Johan Christopherson.
1/10 more lower.
Yeah. Diane Padiachi on track. Sean McKay on track. 39.157 from Johan Christopherson in the WRX E1E. Diane Padiachi 49.5. And after this we'll get a whole lot of single-seater in this category as well.
We've got Sean McKay with a 32.3 through the first sector. Needs to find a bit of time here. 51.166 for Sean McKay in the Porsche.
That's Paige Lindenberg. She's done a 32.7 the first split at the moment. Diane Pariachi sitting in second place. Jan Christofferson just in another world after his run. Paige Lindenberg goes into fourth position. So currently Diane Pariachi, Class A5, is ahead of Sean McKay, and Ridwan Babamia is in third position in Class A5.
Garth McIntosh in the McLaren with a 30 dead through the first sector. And over the line, let's see what he's done. Yeah. 47.8.
Yeah, that's super. So he's leading that. Paige Lindenberg sitting second in A7 with a 51.7.
Eugene Herbert's 32.1 through the first sector, with Natalie Weston following closely on track. She's through the speed trap at 186 k's an hour. She's pushing.
Yeah, she's pushing. Eugene Herbert, he goes second in Class A7. Paige Lindenberg third in Class A7. And Natalie Weston is in Class A8.
With a 29.7 through the first sector. Courtney Nicol is working those tires to death. Unbelievable. Natalie Weston with a 47.5.
That's super.
But Courtney Nicol's got a 28.1 through the first sector. Let's see how she carries it over the line. Should be fast.
44.9.
Wow. That's incredible.
That is phenomenal.
Clint Weston 27.1 through the first sector, and everything is sideways. He's got to keep the momentum here, but he's got to carry the momentum here if he wants a fast time. .3.
Yeah, that's fast. It's not JP fast, but it is fast.
Guy Davies is on track in his Porsche. Let's see what he does through the first sector. He's sitting on a 32.6 with Paul Munro also on track, following closely behind him. Guy Davies with a 52.0. With Paul Munro, a 31.0 through the first split. Paul Munro, 48.8, with Leighton Fourie with a 29.3 through the first split in his BMW.
Yeah, it's a pretty impressive time. He's in Class A3. He's got to try and get ahead of Guy Davies. Comes across the line, super lap from Leighton Fourie. Yeah, a 46.3, super lap.
It's out of shape.
Cristiano Verolini.
Got a little bit out of shape on a 27.6. He's pushing hard.
Really hanging it out, goes through. Verolini with a 43.9 takes the lead in A4. Super lap.
Yash Rampasad with a 30.2 through the first sector in his Porsche. .9.
Well, there we go. Class A1. He'll be up against Gino Norse. Gino Norse at 35.7. I don't think he's going to challenge the likes of Yash Rampasad. John Cooper works Mini S going through the top speed 161. The Honda VTEC Type R.
Bradley Boshoff with a 33 dead through the first split. With Owen Bridger in the Type R on track just behind him. 217. Bradley Boshoff with a 52.57.
Mokhotsi and Rowe. Rowe is out on the track.
Daniel Rowe 28.5 through the first sector. This is a big one.
Yeah, I mean, Jonathan's had his number the whole weekend, so the two of them will definitely going to be fighting this one out.
Daniel Rowe 44.31.
Ooh, that's by far his fastest, I think, of the weekend. Let's see what Jonathan Mokhotsi comes across with. 43.663 for Jonathan Mokhotsi. Super lap. Janus Janse van Rensburg in the Alfa Stelvio, the Jimny in the top of your screen. Wow, that's a super lap from Janus, a 49.4.
That's incredible.
He's been in the 50s, so I mean, he's really put it out there. Stunning lap. That was a phenomenal launch by
It was. I actually just said to my mouth
I was going like, really?
Sean Nurse put in a 106, which is good going on a very unstable vehicle to take you up the hill, but this patrol is pushing hard. I'm very interested to see how this finishes with Arnold du Plessis behind the wheel.
Yeah, I think that's as fast as that can go. We've got just a few more cars to go out. Andre Steenkamp on track. We've got Gordon Nicholson, Farouk Dangor on track at present.
Wow, that really racy from the 4C.
Yeah, 49.3.
Sounds like Farouk's got a bit of a problem there.
It does.
Let's listen to this bad boy. Looks like he has a problem here with a 32.6 through the first sector and doesn't seem to be picking up any pace through the back end of the hill section.
It's incredible. Last run of the day.
That's a heartbreaker.
It just is such a cruel mistress.
It's been quick the whole weekend to come undone now. It's a heartbreaker. Tarek Zitzman with a minute dead.
Peter Tilly on the start line.
Let's see what Mr. Zeely's got for us.
He's not holding back here, that's for sure. 237 through the speed traps. .5 through the first sector. Oh, he's slowing.
He's slow.
Oh no.
Oh goodness. And Aldo Scribante has maybe got the yellow flag and is backed out. So Peter Zeely. Whoa, Rodrigo. Anything can happen in motorsport.
Oh yeah. In this case, oh no.
Wow.
Yeah, there are absolutely no words for this right now. To go strongest the whole weekend, to come undone now late in the day, it's just gut wrenching.
Yeah, you cannot happen. Oh, he's got it going. Peter Zeely's got it going.
Maybe it was the same boost pipe of last year.
It could be. The whole thing is now Aldo got it going as well, and he would not have been given the yellow flag so early on in the lap. So it could just be issues on both of the cars. I mean, who would have sat there and thought 40 minutes ago Aldo Scribante would do a 1 minute 14 and Peter Zili would do a 1 minute 29? Bizarre. Just bizarre.
Yeah, unfortunately, as much as performance is a factor, you've also got to just take in a little bit of reliability as well, and make sure that you can get the car through. But this weekend there's a lot of runs. It's short, it's steep gradients, and you're putting the car through its paces. So the car's taking an absolute hammering and beatings during the course of the weekend. But to go so late in the day, I mean, there's just no words for it. Yeah, there's no words for it.
And Rodrigo, I mean, this is the class final. That's it. You'd sit and go, okay, well, Zili will get the class final, and you go, okay, well, King of the Hill, let's have a look. But bang, he's out of that.
And in one fell swoop, there it goes. Only the top 10 left for them to redeem their glory in some way, shape, or form. But yeah, it happens, and it's the name of the game here. Hillclimb racing, it's like this, and the Simola format lends itself to this kind of drama, late game drama. Well, it is what it is.
Yes, it is. That's it's difficult to say it, but it is what it is.
Looking at the leaderboard now, we've still got Johan Christoffersen sitting on top, and all of a sudden that time is looking pretty respectable. And could it be enough? You know, we've already seen.
Well, the King of the Hill will be a restart again, but
if you look
that
at
is
that,
fast.
I mean, if Zili's car has a major problem, that takes him out the running, and then all of a sudden, the possibilities are growing a little bit. So we look now, but cars have to be repaired all of a sudden, and there's not a lot of time left in the day.
Well, I'm just looking at Peter Zili's group, and you've got Butter Kraus. We saw him; he was stuck on the side of the road, and I don't recall seeing Leonard Archer come out for a while. So those
in the
are
BMW, he went up in his
Did
run.
Leonard Archer?
Yeah,
he
Oh,
did.
he did.
Yeah,
There we
he's
go.
saying
There we
17th
go.
with a 50.1.
50.1. So the thing is, I don't think Butter Kraus has managed to fix his car. So Leonard Archer is going to win that class. Who would have
And
thunk?
so it goes.
I mean, you've got to be there, you know.
Yeah, you got to be there right at the end. So also now we've got Richard Rutz sitting on the line.
Which is the last thing he'd want to be doing right now.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, in that discussion with Colin, he said that, launch is crucial. Looking at the back
there we go. There's the Noble.
happening.
Yeah, that's
so,
Butter Kraus. So he's got his thing, his car fixed.
I mean,
so
even if it's not running 100%, just put in a lap at this stage, and you could end up walking away with a bit of silverware, you know.
Well, I mean, if we go, Leonard Archer did a 50.
Yeah.
Okay, his fastest was a 48.
Yeah.
Butter Kraus's fastest has been a 46.5. So
put in a
all
lap.
he has to do is do a 49.
Yeah, just put in a lap, you know. So yeah, it's percentages. He's got to nurse the car, but obviously he's going to want to go fast. But back to Reggie Roots on the grid there, launching a car is, like we said, it's critical, but you're going to need heat and tires to get you off the line. And while he's standing there and it's cooling down, there's no sun. If we look on the grid right now, it's just shadows. So yeah, the track temperature can drop off a few degrees here and there. It makes a difference, can turn into tenths of a second. So yeah, not an ideal scenario. This is tense times out in the grid.
Very tense. So Aldo Scribante all of a sudden is not going to be a contender for B5, which means that it's between Richard Rutz and the sheriff of Franco Scribante, and they're going to come up the hill in a short while. Whew. Yeah, and as mentioned, Richard's tires just getting cooler and cooler. Rodrigo, it's just, you just cannot ever predict anything when it comes to the world of motorsport.
No, and especially here in Simola, given the format that was adopted, you really can't place your bets and be certain in any kind of way. Maybe you can be certain that Johan Kristoffersen will always make a great showing and will always place well, because that seems to be his reality for more than a decade now. But other than that, no, it's been a pretty dramatic day, and it just continues on, and more drama is expected, both on these finals and in the top 10 coming. And we see
on the grid.
Yep.
Here's Richard. Let's see what he can do. This is for the class final.
.47 through the speed trap.
Sparks coming out from underneath. Side of the car, bottom of the car. They seem to have definitely lowered that.
Oh.
Wow, that's a super lap.
37.9.
Whoa! And, well, there we go. Bunter Kraus, he's got a problem with his car, but he might as well go out. All he has to do is beat Peter Zeele's time. Peter Zeele's time of 1 minute 40 odd.
Yeah, I mean, I would do it. You know, you get your name on the board, but it's not ideal. Obviously, you want to see him going flat taps and putting in his fastest time of the weekend. But yeah, it's a heartbreaker and not meant to be, unfortunately.
And the big question is it something that Peter Zeele can fix in the next couple of minutes? Because straight after this, we're going to the top 10 shootout.
Yeah. Hopefully it is. Because we really want to see the fight for the overall records being the corollary on top of this edition.
Let's go, Franco.
Slower than Richard Roots. $39.9. I mean, that's it. He's just stuck in the 39.
That's where he is, unfortunately.
Okay, let's see what's. He's having another run. Okay, so Aldo Scribante definitely had the yellow flags. Can he beat his cousin?
He's giving it a full go.
Oh!
40.3.
3/10 behind his cousin. So, yeah, Richard Roots is going to take the honours. Sorry, Rodrigo, I didn't catch what you said there.
Yeah, he was pretty damn close to his cousin at the end of the day.
I wonder who's going to pay for dinner tonight.
If you're looking left of screen, you're on board in an aerial atom.
And very wisely wearing a full face helmet.
Seems like there's a problem with the Corvette.
Yeah.
Stefan Winterhoven. Seems like there's a bit of an issue there, unfortunately.
Can he make it up the hill? The gradient doesn't look as that steep on your TV or on your monitor, but believe you me, you need something to get up there.
Doesn't look like there's anything potentially broken or leaking underneath the car.
Just maybe lost a little bit of drive.
There's going to be a bit of a delay on circuit.
It looks like another vehicle that could well be in Knysna for a few more days.
I think I see what's happening here. It looks like the aerial atom is what's slowed, and the Corvette potentially got the yellow flag. I assume.
Yeah, looks that way.
We wait to see. Interesting if we go back to Reggie's run earlier. Something I did notice, I feel like, I could be wrong here, but there could be potentially more time because he was carrying more speed up the straight over the rolling bumps, that he ran it a little bit deeper into the left-hander, which meant he had to back off a little bit earlier coming out of the right. So maybe losing a bit of time there, but the first part of the sector, the momentum was intense, that it just kept building, which meant a few kilometers up that straight line. But yeah, he obviously wanted it. He was pushing hard.
Very much so. So Johan Becker seems to be the problem child out on track. That is the aerial atom. They'll get that out of the way. And then, of course, Stefan will have another go in the Corvette. Just a few more cars still to come out. An impressive lap from Richard Roots. And we hope to see that Peter Zili gets his car fixed up.
For sure. I think having that final fight for the overall record on the modified saloon class to finish off this edition would be the crown jewel on everything that happened throughout this day. But we have to wait and see what Peter has on that MR2, because it was the first time that the MR2 showed any signs of weakness during this weekend, and it was a pretty unfortunate timing, honestly.
Desperately unfortunate. So I'm just waiting. I know that we've got Colin on standby, but I'm just waiting to see. As soon as he's got some information, we will cross over to him and give some. We'll get some information. But he is actually with Mr. Pariachi, who has won his class, Diane Pariachi. So, Colin, he must be pretty happy with today.
Diane, you've got to be very, very happy. You came, you brought the Porsche, you won your class. Well, how's it feel?
Yeah, fantastic feeling. Throughout the day, I was very consistent. So, car felt good. Did a bit of practicing as well, playing with tire pressures, and yeah, overall it was a good day. I'd like to just say thank you to everyone that's supporting me, all my sponsors, and this race was actually very special to me. I had a family member that passed away on Friday, so in honor of Leon Pandey and my dad up in heaven, I raced this one for them and I poured my heart into it, and at least it paid off.
Well, congratulations and condolences. Now you are 11th in the road car category for the shootout. Maybe you make it.
Yeah, let's see. Throughout the day, like I said, it was good, and hopefully you'll make the top 10. Let's see what happens.
Awesome. Thanks for chatting.
Thank you
Good
so
luck.
much.
I did see Peter Zili come in his car into the pits. So I'm going to go and find out what the story is there, and we'll get back to you a little bit later.
Okay, thank you, Colin. Yeah, I'm just looking at those times at 23.5. That's half a second faster than Richard Roots. That was Peter Zili in the first part of the lap. If he had maintained that to the end, he would have been at the 37.2s.
Yeah, because if we looked at what times he was putting up over the course of the weekend, his strong point was the second sector.
Yeah.
So he would have definitely opened up a massive gap. Could have potentially changed the pressure on Richard Roots as well, but it's a tough one. Hopefully he's back for the final run, because I don't want to feel cheated. We want to see the best go head to head. So not on technicalities and DNFs, and cars must run, man. We don't want to see them parked in the pits, but this is the circumstances we're under. It adds to the drama. It's also good to have Colin back out in the wilderness. I feel like we've missed him during the course of the day, but Colin's doing Colin things.
Yeah, which is great. It also looks as though we're going to have Rick Morris. He's going to be at the top of the hill right now. All of the other competitors are going to finish their runs. He'll roll down the hill again and then have another go in his car, whereas the Corvette can go through the Simola estate and make its way back onto the start-finish line. So there is going to be still a little bit of time, but we're seeing car number 7. That's Byron Mitchell. There we go. Let's catch up quickly with we've got Byron, so let's just get Byron Mitchell onto the start line, and then of course Colin can also give us a little bit of an update. Oh no, it's Simpiwe Moklaklo who is out on track. As soon as we finish with the track action, of course, we will get to Colin and we'll find out exactly what the issue is with Peter Zili. Oh, it sounds angry. It sounds angry.
It's a good start.
Yeah. Maybe those cooler temperatures also going to help Byron Mitchell. Looks like a very solid run.
.6 for Byron Mitchell.
Yeah, that's a super solid run for Byron Mitchell. Although his quickest of the weekend has been a 40.2. Casey with a 48.0. Super effort from the 16-year-old. Okay, here is the Corvette. He's going to have his run. There we go, Stefan.
Getting up to 152 through the Suzuki Speed Trap.
Yeah, it's pretty decent. He's had a strong weekend.
He has had a strong weekend. Now it's just time to bring it all home and keep it tidy.
Yeah, he had one little incident. He had a little bit of a pirouette, a 360 spin, but managed to catch it. So he's had a very solid weekend, Stefan. So by my reckoning, Rick Morris will make his way down the hill after this and have his run, and then that'll complete the class finals. 58.490 for Stefan. Okay. So we are getting close to 5 p.m. South African time for the final event of the Simola 2025. There was all sorts of drama with Peter Zili. Colin, what's the latest?
Well, I've got Peter here. What went wrong, Peter?
Well, I just saw overboost signal and then the car switched off. But Freddie says it's not the overboost. It seems like the ignition switched off.
Okay, so if we're going through all the data and to find the root cause of the problem, at least it didn't happen in the top 10 shootout.
Yes, but I hope we find the problem now.
If anybody can, Freddie can.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
my team. I've got a good team.
good luck with it, and we'll see you in the top 10 shootout.
Thank you, Colin.
Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks very much, Colin. Okay, so it doesn't sound like anything terminal. It's a question of now just figuring out. Maybe his arm went and turned the car off.
I mean, if that's the case, what switches are they running in there? But yeah, the diagnosis now is critical. And the thing is, when you're looking for something in a hurry, do you find it? But if they've diagnosed it and find it, we hope it is that, because yeah, you don't want him to go out in the second run and then go through the same thing. The frustration and the heartbreak to go a second time is will be devastating. Coming down, we've still got one more run now in the class shootout, which is Rick Morris. I feel like he's got a massive disadvantage. One, he built himself up for the run and then it was cancelled, but he's also had to wait at the top of the hill, come down, reset, and then go again. For me, mentally, that's so draining, but down to BMT, eh?
Yeah, it's always down to that. So, also, Rodrigo, in a sort of peculiar or ironic kind of way, it gives Peter Zili and Freddie a little bit more time for them to try and understand what the issue is with the Toyota MR2.
It does, but they have to find the problem in either case, and it comes down to it. And working under pressure, and this kind of pressure is never easy. But if someone can find it, well, it's their team. They know that car inside out, and I am sure between all the diagnostic tools they have, they will find something. And fingers crossed from this side that we'll have a clean and fair fight for that track record, to finish the day very strongly in the top 10 shootout. But yeah, always add that bit more of drama to add to anything. But it was good to see Peter still relaxed. Talking about it and not too unmotivated right before such an important part of the day as the top 10 is, and he still has that record in his grasp, and we know the car is capable of it.
Yeah. I just want to highlight Stefan Wintershoven. First time coming here, it's his normal road car, and he actually goes out and wins the class.
Incredible.
He's won his class, so well done, Stefan. I think that's a really, really terrific achievement. And Rick Morris has got a bit of pressure on him. You know, as you say, he's got to go. He's coming up that hill now. There's not much between him and Casey Enzer-Smith, so he's got to go there and put in a time better than 48.0.
Let's see what he can do. Through the speed trap. 46.4.
Well, there we go. That's fantastic. And Rick Morris, probably one of the more mature drivers on the grid. Been around a while.
Yeah, I mean, it always helps, but yeah, circumstances were definitely not in his favor. But yeah, they were pretty quick in getting him down and back up again and again. I mean, it's getting late in the day. We've had a few obstacles and delays today. So yeah, I mean, we threw it now. Obviously, the results will be finalized, and then what have we got up next? It's the big one.
Yeah, it is the big one. So just going to wait for clarification of who that top 10 is. Any more drama today, Rodrigo? It's it has been very taxing.
Yeah, at this point, every time you ask me for something, I feel at a loss for words because the pressure is mounting. It's stuff happening on top of stuff, and I am just more of a spectator at this point, as many of others are watching this live stream, and everyone down there on the track, and we just want to see clean, fair racing up until the end, and no problems for anyone. And we thought that track conditions will be the same for everyone from now on, but let's at least have a very clean and very fair top 10 shootout where everyone can enjoy Simola for what it is and not think about the technical issues and all the rest. Let's leave that to the side. Let's just see cars being sent full on, and that's that.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want to see. But congratulations to all of the class winners.
Yep.
An outstanding effort by everybody. You know, one cannot applaud all of these drivers and these teams enough for the amount of effort that they put through. It puts a huge toll, never mind on drivers, but also on the vehicles as well. So we just got past our final sheets.
Aldous Grabante, for me, probably had the best run because they struggled the whole weekend. It hasn't gone to plan, but in the final run, BMT, he brought it together, and I mean, fourth on up the hill, but with a 40.3. But considering all the issues they've gone through, solid run.
Yeah, phenomenal. Just fantastic. So we wait in anticipation for the top 10 shootout for Simola 2025. There we go. You can see Rick Morris coming down together with all of the other cars, and then we'll start lining up our top 10. And we really hope that Peter Zili is definitely going to be able to take his position, because I think there's going to be a stunning battle between him and the likes of Richard Rutz. But anything can happen in this game, and Johan Christofferson has just shown, why he's a 7 times world champion, number one, and also just his pure skill when it comes to driving that car. And long may the tire marks that he has left at the top of the hill, long may they last on the streets of Knysna, because it is something very special. Rodrigo, it's I mean, we can't say it enough that we just want to have a really, really fair shootout amongst everybody else, and sort of end off on a high.
Yes, that's the goal now, and let's assume that everything, all else be equal and no problems for anyone. Let's analyze this top 10 if in an ideal world, and let's see what each other's opinions are. All else being equal and all cars being good, I'm pointing for Peter Zili to take the crown, Richard Rutz second, and Johan, if just being the usual robotic self that he is, with the kind of consistency that pretty much no one else has on this planet, just being there on third and waiting for any kind of slip up from anyone above him to slip right into a position further into the podium. Hopefully we can see Franco delivering on this very last run. We saw Aldo just having issues also throughout the whole weekend, and then in these last 2 runs he did the best 2 runs of the whole weekend, and he's just finding his rhythm, and thankfully he is getting better and better. Silvio is on the top 10 too, right? With the RS3.
Yes.
So hopefully we can see that 5-cylinder singing along the up Simola, and probably breaking his 41.5 current record, which I think it's fantastic for a newly built car. Who else am I missing from this top 10? Steve Clark, it's on the top 10 with the R34.
I think he is. I had the sheets in front of me, and they just disappeared.
Probably
so,
something good for you, Sasha, to do now. It's probably to list the 10 cars that are on the top 10 shootout for everyone so there's no doubts for anyone watching.
Yeah, I'm going to get to that in a second. We're just going to go through and catch up with Colin. Colin's got our single-seater champion.
Byron, you win your class in the single-seaters. You've got to be happy, but you've got a problem, haven't you?
Yeah, we're happy. I mean, I think it's the main goal to do that. Yeah, we have a little bit of an issue with the engine. We're not actually sure why, but from this morning to now, we've been getting progressively slower and slower and slower. So at the moment in the last run, I think into turn 2, or we call it turn 2, but the track's turn 3, we were second down on this morning's run. So yeah, I hope it just holds together for the last one.
Well, I think we all do. Good luck and congratulations on winning.
Yeah, thanks. Let's see what we can do next.
Right, now let's get that rundown of the top 10 cars in the modified saloon shootout. Back to the studio.
Yeah, thank you, Colin. I wish I had it in front of me because it was on my timing screen and then it's just disappeared. So as soon as I have it, I promise you I will share it with you. But I mean, let's just go through. I mean, we've got, yeah, maybe you know what, Colin, maybe you can go to the MSA office and get that list while we try and work out who it could be. The way that I've got it, I think we've got Clint Weston that is in there. Yeah, we have got this is just the modifieds. Okay, he's got the list. Okay, Colin, have you got the list? Maybe you can share that with us. We're just waiting for him. So, Peter Zili, Richard Rutz, Johan Christofferson, Franco Scribante, Aldo Scribante, Silvio Scribante. Wade van Zoomeren could be in there. If
question mark.
Yeah, question mark on there. Anton Cronier? Don't know. Okay, we're going to find out. Ashley Oldfield.
Because the issue here is not so much us knowing who has the pace to be on the top 10. It's really knowing who has getting on the top 10 now. That throws a wrench in the whole system.
Okay, so we've got road cars top 10. Then we're going to have single seaters, and then of course. And then of course we're going to have the modifieds. That's what's going to come up. I think that's why it disappeared from my timing screen, because I think that put the modifieds up first. So I think we're going to go for the road cars first, and then get into the others, and get it all finished before darkness comes up. Okay, first up, Paul Munro in the Supra.
He's pushing at 175 through the Suzuki Speed Trap.
Super impressive.
30.6 through Sector 1.
Tight going into the left-hander now, into the double S.
.48.7 for Paul Munro.
Good effort from Paul Munro. Let's get back. Here we go. Ashley Oldfield. So coming up after this, of course, is going to be the single-seaters. This is the MG with 375 kilowatts, but there were all sorts of electrical issues, power issues during the course of this weekend.
49.231.
And if you consider he was 6/8 faster in the first sector, and then he just lost it all when the power went down.
Which shows that the issues they've been complaining about during the course of the weekend is what cost him in the end, unfortunately. Yash Rampasad in the Porsche. One through the speed trap. .3 through the first sector.
A little bit of a lift.
.47.7.
Yeah, he's up there. Natalie Weston in the Mercedes GLE. It's a really good pilot of that drone.
It's a really good looking car as well. 29.6 through sector 1.
Yeah, I expect this car is going to be really, really quick.
And top she goes with a 47.436.
This should be quick. The Audi R8 V10. Time to beat at the moment, 47.4. Waiting for our time to come up. So Nicholson and McIntosh should be a very, very interesting little battle. The McLaren versus the Audi R8. Seems as though the time is frozen. Don't have an update on... Oh, there we go. 46.1 for Gordon Nicholson. And McIntosh just a little bit quicker going through the first sector. So it's going to be really tight between these two. Ooh, actually lost a lot of time at the end. Garth McIntosh with a 47 dead.
Leighton Fury is now out on track in his BMW. This should be entertaining to say the least.
Getting into our top, our last four.
.29.1 through sector 1. It's going to be close.
Yeah, a little bit slower than Garth McIntosh. Nice and sideways. Oh, super lap. 45.9. So just 2 to go. The M4, and then of course 3 to go.
Behind my line, yes.
No, we didn't get up. You guys. We're running around like crazy people today.
On track, you're watching Courtney Nickel in an AMG doing 197 through the speed trap.
So after this, it's Verolini and Weston. to fight it out for the honours.
Courtney Nickel with a 28 dead through Sector 1, our fastest time through the sector so far.
Ooh. Hustling.
And she goes top with a 44.599. Through the speed trap. Let's see what the Sector 1 time looks like. 27.6. He's gone faster.
I tell you, this track is still very, very alive. Woohoo!
43.8.
I tell you, that's not far off what the best that Clint Weston has done, Rodrigo. This is going to be quite a hairy run.
No, there's still plenty of speed on the track.
Half a second up in the first sector for Clint Weston.
He's just got to keep it tidy now.
Can he get in the 43.2s? Oh, that was very close to the noodle. Oh, phenomenal lap. Wow. And I think that's his fastest for the weekend.
43.1. Not quite the record, but fastest.
Yeah, that's
incredible.
That's an incredible. It just shows you, it doesn't matter what the track conditions are like. You're just going to go out there and you're going to do your stuff. Super from all of the competitors, Rodrigo. And got to say, Clint had to really, really put that lap in. I know that it's nearly 7/10 that he's won it by, but I think Cristiano Verellini would have shaken him up if he was looking at those timesheets.
Oh, for sure. But people have to remember that these are stock cars, and the kind of times they are putting now, they would win or at least get on the top 10 shootout on, let's say, 7-8 years ago here on Simola. This is the rate of progress, and the OEMs that are spending their earned money here on Simola certainly get their recognition back, because their products, they are delivering on track and big time.
Yeah, terrific. And just to emphasize the quality and caliber of vehicles coming from the OEMs. And I mean, there were some big cars there. That AMG, yes, they got huge amounts of power, but they're heavy vehicles.
Yeah.
So super effort from everybody. So we are waiting for the single-seaters and sports car shootout. That is going to come, and then, of course, it's going to be the modified saloons. Seems to be all sorts of warming up. Could that be Peter Zeele's car just getting a little bit of a warm-up? Yeah, fingers crossed, Rodrigo. We haven't heard anything from the pit lane, which sometimes is good news. Okay, the single-seaters are coming out. Simpiwe Mokhlaklo. There she is. But it's been quite amazing. I mean, she's in exactly the same car as Casey Enza Smith, and the time difference is, I don't think because of the driver, maybe just the car's not set up the way that she wanted, or maybe it's just lacking a little bit of power.
I mean, it could potentially be that. It also comes down to just time in the seat and experience. I think, like you said, setup, I think on those cars would be probably one of the biggest things you'd have to get right at the start of the weekend. And if you a little bit off or trying to find a few things in it and you go in the wrong direction, you could potentially get lost. But whenever she's been interviewed or We see a Corvette making its way to the start line, but just to go back to that point quickly, is that she's had the time of her life.
Yeah, listen, this is a sports car, so it is part of this category. He's got his money's worth this weekend. Good job, Stefan Wintershoven.
Through the first sector. .7.
Yeah, there we go. I think it is significantly slower than what he did do. Yes, Simpiwe Mokhlaklo. Seems to be good. With these single seaters, you just got to have so much faith in the car
and the tires.
Yeah, you know, you just got to believe that where you're going to turn it, it is going to go in that direction. And this is the development car, or the car that's going to become the MSA 4 series.
Posted a 34.2 through sector 1 and a 53.5 over the line.
That is a lot of wheel spin from Alan May.
Sounded cool though.
Very, very cool. This should be quite a good and fast time from Alan Mayer, but Byron Mitchell's definitely going to be the man to watch in this shootout.
A 48.34.
Yes, KC Enza Smith. He's only 16 years old. Well, he wants to beat the time of 53.5 from Simola Hillclimb, but I think he'll be really trying to push Alan Mayer's time as well. Incredible how the car understeers into that section.
30.5, he's up on Alamea's type through sector 1. Let's see if he can bring it home and keep it clean.
Can he get up the hill? Yes, sir.
Oh, wow.
Well done. Beautiful. Rick Morris must feel like a yo-yo up and down this hill in the last half an hour more times than he can remember. This, of course, the Ford EcoBoost, the little 1600 engine inside it.
.3 through sector 1.
It's quick.
It's going to be close.
Sure.
47.44.
3/10 up on Casey Smith. I mean, it just shows you how good Casey Smith's time is.
Through the speed trap. Let's see what he does through sector 1.
Yeah, this is a really
26.8. He's on it.
He's way on it. I mean, he's just super driving and got the Reynard engine in it. Super lap from Byron Mitchell.
41.77.
Yeah, he's in a different world. Of course, this would have been the category that we would have had the likes of Robbie Walk. Here we go. This is the modified saloon car shootout. Rodrigo still haven't had any news on Peter Zeely. This is the top 10. Let's see who comes out.
201. Oh!
He's pushing it. He's pushing it.
Left himself with a lot of work to do there. 27.9. .57. He left nothing on the table there.
Oh, George Evans.
.4 through sector 1. .42.1.
Oh, sound like missing a whole bunch of gears from Anton Grenier. Yeah, not doesn't sound very healthy.
Yeah, this is not the way Anton Grenier wanted to finish up his Simola 15th edition.
He probably was aware of the issues he had, but he still wanted to take part on the top 10 shootout.
Yeah.
Everywhere. 243.
Hard on the brakes. Oh, a little hot.
25 dead through sector 1.
Go Wade! Oh.
41-0.
Silvio.
He's got a bit of time to make up. And he's done it.
Oh, that is unbelievable. What a time. Sure, Rodrigo, that is superb.
Very, very great.
25 point. Oh, no! Look how close their times were. They were exactly identical at the end of Sector 1, but unfortunately...
Yeah, I hit the noodle.
Clipped the noodle.
Desperately unlucky. So, just an update. We do have a little bit of news on Peter Zeele's car. And the problem on Zeele's car is a loose wire. They still haven't found it yet. But he's maybe injured. But Peter Zeele is definitely going to go out there. What an impressive time from Silvio Scribante. He found over a second on that run, Rodrigo. That was a superb effort by him and the whole setup team.
It definitely was. It was impressive because we saw the car running at best 41.5 during the weekend, and they were top for a while now, and they only came back for the top 10 shootout, but they sure made that time count, and the constant evolution throughout the weekend for that car has probably been invaluable for the data that the team is gathering for its development, and we're probably looking here at a future contender for the top spot.
Yeah. Oh, what a pity for Aldo Scribante.
What's incredible for me is that both Scribantes are down on top speed, but they just make up so much ground when it comes down to handling. It just shows you how well set up those cars are and what their setup is like to put in a fast time.
Yeah, I tell you, the gauntlet has been thrown down for the likes of Franco Scribante. His best throughout the whole weekend has been a 39.9. So, he's only got half a second in hand over his cousin. So it's going to be a very hairy run for Franco Scribante. We still have the likes of Richard Roots to come out, and of course Peter Zeele. Hopefully he gets out there as well. Through Sector 1. It's going to be fast. Whoa! Franco Scribante says, hello everybody, I'm still here. 6:31. I think he did a 39.6 yesterday as well. So that's the quickest he's been, but that is incredible. Now, the star of one of the greatest drivers ever to come out of Sweden, that's for sure. Johan Kristoffersen in the WRX electric car. Listen to this. Listen to this. Turn it up. It's ludicrous how they think it's something. Sideways, unbelievable, holding on. Fastest than anybody in the first sector, 25.4, 24.5. Here he comes, getting up to the line. Here is Johan Kristoffersen. Where's his time? We're all waiting for his time.
39,001.
Goodness gracious.
Once again, one more tenth.
39 dead. He found another tenth of a second. Richard Rutz. Super fast, 2:39. 3/10 up on Kristoffersen's time.
Oh, 38.3.
6/10 faster than Johan Kristoffersen. That is an unbelievable time from Richard Rutz. Peter Zili, he's been the fastest man this whole of this weekend. He had a little bit of a gremlin in the last run.
Sounds good. Let's hope for the best.
Let's see what Peter Zili can do.
.5. This is on.
Word, that's 7/10 up.
He's done it 37.09 and the fastest man in the top 10 at the moment.
Rodrigo, that is just spectacular. Spectacular.
It is. It certainly is. I kept my mouth shut throughout the whole lap because I was just expecting the car to lose power at some point or something strange to happen, but no. This is it, and Colin was right all along. It was a 37 flat.
Incredible. There we go. So Colin buys dinner. Brilliant. Well done. We didn't tell him that part, did we?
Oh, yeah, we didn't.
Yo, Rodrigo, but I mean, those were outstanding runs from everybody. Scribante improved his time. Kristoffersen improved his time. Richard probably, was nearly there. But I mean, 1.3 seconds. Peter Zili, doff your cap. That is an outstanding time. And just improved.
He didn't race the bar, he destroyed it.
Destroyed it. I mean, 7/10 faster than he's been. That is just extraordinary. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant.
That was staggering.
So these are pictures
All right.
from the pit lane. Oh, Rodrigo, it ends on a high note.
Yeah, I think Peter Zeeley's auto electrician has just earned himself a nice fat bonus.
Yeah.
I must throw out there big ups to our drone pilots for catching those last 4 runs and watching how the guys put the course together. It just shows you the margin for error and how precise these guys are. It was incredible.
I'm here with
Great
Freddie.
work, guys.
Yeah, and that commitment. Yeah, there we go, Colin. Freddie must be delighted.
Freddie, what did you do?
No, it was a bit of a difficult moment at the end because we had an issue on the car on the class final, so the car just cut out and we couldn't actually find anything, so we were just hoping and it will last, and it did. So
what a win, eh?
No, it was impressive. I mean, the 37 dead, so we actually turned the boost down a little bit because we thought maybe that's because we went up a little bit, and so yeah, no, it was a very good drive by Peter. And yeah, so no, we're very happy.
Mega day for the team. Congratulations, well done.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Cheers. And we've got George Evans, the rest of the guys. Man, what a race. I think I get the closest to the winning time. Haha. Right, back to the guys in the studio for now.
Yes, Colin, you do get the closest for the winning time, but we didn't tell you that you're the one who's buying dinner.
Yeah, he looks super chuffed.
He does, yeah.
We'll
see later.
I'm looking forward to my McDonald's.
Average speed, 184.4 kilometers up that 1.9 kilometer run for Simola. So that is the fastest we've seen. Richard Roots gets into second place with a 38.370, and our super guest there at Simola 15, Johan Christofferson, laid it all out there, 39.0. Also just a spectacular performance from Christofferson, and well worth the entertainment.
Yeah, super incredible.
For sure.
Something to note as well is that in the class finals as well as this top 10 shootout now, only one DQ. Only one slight mistake that sort of pushed the boundaries of the track, which meant that the guys were on it. So I mean, what we saw now was incredible.
Okay, let's. I think we're going back. Oh, sorry, Rodrigo. I think we're going to go back
go
to.
ahead.
Let's go back to Colin in the pits, and I think the celebrations are happening.
Franco, 37 dead for Peter Zeeley.
Okay, well, I never expected that, but hats off to him, and wow, that's all I can say.
It's huge respect. You've won this thing before. You'll be back to fight again, but it wasn't meant to be for you this weekend.
That's an understatement, Colin. This has been the longest weekend of my life.
Yeah.
No, we struck in a quandary. We'll find our way back, but we've gone completely in the wrong direction here, clearly.
Well, thanks for stopping by and chatting with us. We'll see you next year.
For sure. Thanks, Colin.
Cheers. Let's look at 37.0. It is probably the run of Peter Zeeley's life. Let's have a look at it again.
An extraordinary lap. Brilliant lap from Peter Zeeley, 37.0. And Rodrigo, I mean, you listened to Franco Scribante saying, wow, he didn't expect that either. I think he's super impressed with that time from Zeeley. Oh, we've lost our audio to Rodrigo, so hopefully we'll get that back.
Wait. Can you guys
there
hear me
he
now?
is. There he is. Yes, sir.
Okay. My issue. I cut off my own audio to listen to Peter's lap, but I am back. No, I was saying that no one expected that at all, and I get back to my point earlier that if anyone of us was told that the fastest time for a modified saloon this edition would be a 37 flat, I find it very hard that any of us would believe it beforehand. But we saw the evolution of Peter's MR2 during this week, and it came naturally, and we even heard at the end of this that they turned down the boost just to increase the chances of no problems happening during this run. So there's still a window for some improvement there.
I mean, imagine that car getting into the 36s. Well, you don't have to imagine it. All things being equal, it definitely will get there. Clifford, I tell you, I don't know about you, but it's been an incredible day, and it's ended off the right way.
It has. Yeah, look, I mean, with the way things sort of looked when we were going into the King of the Hill, you thought we might be a little bit cheated in terms of not having the top 10 cars there. And yeah, the big players that we wanted to see go head-to-head went head-to-head, did the business, and it was based down to who actually went the fastest. No technicalities, no DNFs. Who was fastest on the day? It was Peter Zili by quite some margin.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's going to be interesting. Silvio and Aldo. Silvio, yes, did post a time. Aldo also did, but he got a DQ on it. But I mean, there was nothing. There were 400ths of a second between the two of them. I think they'll have a good banter with each other. But there was an outstanding lap from Silvio Scribante, finding a second on his final run of the day.
Yeah, I mean, for me, big respect to the whole Scribante team, right from Franco, Aldo, and Silvio, because they've had a tough weekend. Nothing has gone according to plan. Like Franco said in the interview, I appreciate the sportsmanship, because it's never nice to not win. But the other side is they'll be back next year, but there's nothing more frustrating than getting lost. But they persevered, they finished, they were in the top 10. So as tough as it was, it's a great testament to their character and their team spirit, and for sure they'll be back next year fighting.
Without a doubt. There is an ecstatic Peter Zili. Here's Colin. Have a chat to him.
Thank you.
Peter, awesome job.
Peter Zili, 37 dead. Who would have thought?
Yeah, no, I'm happy.
You know, on a day like today, I think with your closeness to the whole Joubert family, this means a lot to you and a lot to them. What a run, 1.5 seconds faster than you've ever been before. What did you do?
I lost 4 kilograms. No, the car was just set up fantastically. And of course, I think I drove it quite well. No, I shouldn't say that. That sounds blasé.
Up and down the pit lane, your fellow competitors are saying, what a drive. What an absolutely drive of a champion. Congratulations, well done.
Thank you. I never expected a 30-0. I can tell you that.
Might be a party tonight.
Now 36 seems possible.
Absolutely wonderful. Congratulations. Go to your team. Celebrate with them.
Thank you.
Well done, Peter.
Appreciate it.
Byron Mitchell wins the single-seaters. He's over there.
We were waiting for the tung.
Byron, you battled. You had some issues with the car, but you did it.
Yeah, that's the main thing. It was tough. I think the whole team did in the last 2 runs. But yeah, we did it.
Awesome. What's it feel like?
Oh, it's amazing. Look, obviously, I think everyone's a bit saddened of what happened today, but I think we're going to take this one and, let's move forward from here.
Awesome. Congrats.
Thank you.
Right, standard road car, Clint Weston. And he also wins the prize for the prettiest wheels. The car with the prettiest wheels, Clint Weston, road car champion, King of the Hill. What's it feel like?
Oh, that's absolutely amazing. Coming into it the 3rd time now and King of the Hill, I'm ecstatic. And never mind just for myself, for Mercedes-Benz and AMG. Mercedes-Benz South Africa have just really been hoping for this one, and here it is. Our brand new car hasn't been launched, and it's just now taken it to King of the Hill, which is quite incredible.
Congratulations, well driven, and enjoy the special prize of prettiest wheels.
You know what, your prize means everything.
That's your 3 Kings of the Hills, and there will be some major celebrations tonight. Also, some major heartfelt remembrance for Peter Joubert. I dedicate the work that we did today to the Joubert family and thank them for allowing this event to continue. From me in the pit lane, good night. Back to the studio.
Yeah, thank you, Colin. Yes, there are 3 winners, Clint Weston, Byron Mitchell, and of course Peter Zealy with an astonishing drive at the end of the modified saloons. Rodrigo, final thoughts on Simola 15 2025?
It was a massive roller coaster. We can't forget what happened, and this will be a mark for the event, and some things will be changed for sure, and some stuff will have to be revised, and this is also how we grow from now onwards. And but apart from that, the perseverance from everyone and the spirit everyone has shown, and the quality of the event has shined through everything else, and we saw a great spectacle even in spite of anything that happened. And we got new records, we got tremendous action on track, and plenty of surprises. And at the end of the day, if there is a mirror to what motorsports is, and the real motorsports, the one that the common person can relate to, this is it. Simola Hillclimb brought everything, the good and the bad, to everyone's attention, and this race is here to stay. Its power, it's undeniable. I'll be here to promote it, and I think all of us will remember this for different reasons, but it was certainly a great event at the end of the day.
Rodrigo, thanks very much. It's always such a pleasure to have you with us, and for what you do for the world of hill climb events, and of course also for Simola. We wish you well, and we will definitely see you here in South Africa next year.
Yes, that is a promise, and I won't miss for another year. I can assure you of that.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo de Oliveira from Hill Climb Monsters. From all of us, our whole production team, everybody that is associated with Simola and the Simola Hill Climb, it has been a roller coaster of a day. And just to echo the sentiments of what Colin said a little bit earlier, our huge thanks to the Joubert family for giving the go-ahead for this event to continue, despite the tragedy that befell us earlier on today. Our thoughts are with Peter Joubert's family, and of course the whole Joubert family. We thank you, and we will never ever forget Peter Joubert. This one is in memory of him. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Ready.